Danke für Dicke. Thank you. Siddiqui. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. May we all rise for the Speaker of Council, Councillor Colleen Makubele.
Good morning, councillors. Shall we remain standing for a moment of prayer and silence, meditation? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We may be seated.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the 23rd extraordinary meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Wednesday, the 1st of November, 2023 at 10 a.m. at the Precinct Multipurpose Centre in 85 Mercury Street, Corner High Street and Mayfair West. The first item in the agenda is opening.
Good morning, councillors. Once again, we shall first declare precinct before the opening. According to Rule 7, the precinct of council is the area of land and every building or part of a building under the legislature's control, including the chamber in which the proceedings of council are conducted and the galleries and lobbies of the chambers, committee rooms and other meeting places provided or used primarily for council's purposes. Every other building or part of a building provided or used in connection with the proceedings of council while so used. Every part of the building in which the chambers are situated, and every forecourt, yard, garden enclosure, or open space, apartment thereto, insofar as it may be necessary, in a case where council or committees convene beyond the seat of council, these rules apply as if the premises where council or committees are meeting were within the precinct of council. Councillors and our guests, ladies and gentlemen, this precinct of Brixton has now been declared the council precinct, and therefore all the rules, standing rules and orders of council shall thereafter apply. Thank you. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's a lot of vacant spaces here today. Can we check quorum first before we actually proceed?
Thank you. We have that in our agenda to check quorum before we proceed. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We currently have 168 councillors that have signed the register. 168 will now proceed with our council. Councillors that are taking pictures at the back, councillors, please sit down, take your seats. Council is in session. Councillors that are walking in, kindly walk in quietly. Council is now in session. Thank you very much.
Councillors, the first item in the agenda is opening.
Are we ready? You good? Thank you, councillors. I would urge you to sit down. The whip of action essay. Council is in session. To the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kwamanda, the Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, the Chair of Chairs, in absentia, Councillor Phillips, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, the City Manager, Mr. Floyd Brink, Acting Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Gobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the 23rd Extraordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. I would also want to acknowledge the special guests that we have in this council today. We welcome the senior pastor of Unity Fellowship Church, Pastor Mukuba, Professor Mukuba, and the entire leadership of Unity Fellowship Church. We also welcome all our distinguished guests. If there are any guests that I have not acknowledged that need to be acknowledged, kindly give me the list. But all our guests, all our residents, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. We are now going to have councillors that are walking about when I am talking. Councillor Marema, please. Councillor Chauke. I thank you. I want to urge our guests and our officials to please keep quiet when we are talking. Any noise has an echo. I urge that those that are moving, move quietly. We need to be able to hear ourselves as we conduct the business of the day. I thank you, councillors. We can now proceed. We had 167 councillors that had signed the register. We are going to check the register again and update you on the quorum, but we'll now move to the next item.
Councillors, the second item is application for leave of absence.
Councillor Christians, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the record, can we note that the notice was only read at 10:18, and the notice, when read, said that the meeting was starting at 10:00 hours, and the meeting started 18 minutes late. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the leave of absence, please? Yes, Councillor Chairperson Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to everybody. Councillor Aubrey Mhlongo will be late. He'll be arriving at about 10:30, 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Avant Smith.
Good morning, Speaker. We have Councillor Ahmed and Councillor Coogan who are away due to ill health. We need Councillor Harmon and Councillor Reddy need to leave early at 5 p.m. please. And we've got a couple of late arrivals, Councillor Jacobs, Councillor Sun, Councillor Papa and Councillor Homer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and councillors. Please excuse Councillor Ralston, who is off on sick health. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nyembe.
Morning, Speaker. Thank you. From AFP, Councillor Mabaso and Councillor Makubo on party business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I want to register two apologies. One for Councillor Godfrey Tsetlo, sick, and the other one for Councillor Brenda Dame of sick also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You only have two apologies, but I see a lot of empty spaces. Councillor Mpahlele.
Thanks, beautiful Chief Speaker. These are the following apologies from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Councillor Makafola, MMC, will arrive late. Councillor Ntwaki, ill health. Councillor Ntapo, private business. Councillor Nenemba, ill health. And Councillor Mohapi will arrive late also. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other leave of absence? Did we get anything from our end? Thank you, councillors. Can we approve the apologies as submitted? Thank you. No, just hold on. I need to. Yes, Councillor Marema.
Now, thank you, Speaker. The ANC caucus would like to request for 15 minutes break to sort out some other issues urgently. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to grant the 15 minutes caucus break for the ANC. It is now 10:30. We shall be back at 10:45. Councillors, I'm urging you 10:45. Let us be back here and proceed with council. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Siddiqui.
Thank you, councillors. I'll ask for a break. Thank you, councillors. Whip of Council, I think we are ready to start. Councillor Marema, get ready. You asked for a caucus. Thank you so much, Chair. Councillors at the back, we are about to start. Councillors, can I ask that you sit down? Action essay, thank you. And the councillors there, can you sit down? ANC councillors at the back, can you kindly take your seats? Thank you. Councillor Marema? Just hold on, there's just too many people moving. Okay, Councillor Marema, you can report back. You asked for the caucus break.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing us to go out and have a caucus. We can now proceed with council business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we also received agent reports from executives, which I did not mention earlier in my opening remarks, which I have acceded to. There was a motion without notice from Councillor Emma, seconded by Councillor Mbosula, which was denied according to Rule 93. There was also an agent question by Councillor Mtembu for MMC of Health and Social Development, which was also dismissed as the problem has been in existence for more than 5 years. It's not agent. There is an agent debate that was requested, 2 agent debates actually, one from Councillor Rapadu, seconded by Councillor Marema, the second by Councillor Ne, seconded by Councillor Rapadu. According to Rule 98, we have chosen the first motion, which was submitted, which was Councillor Rapadu, supported by Councillor Marema, on the lack of compliance of the spaza shops in the city of Johannesburg. That's the agent motion that will be debated just after we deal with the elections of the chairpersons. Thank you very much.
Councillors, we proceed with...
Yes, Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, is it a motion that was urgent or is it an urgent debate?
Urgent debate.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Lebatla?
Speaker, from our side, we couldn't hear you clearly because some of those motions are related to Action SA. Maybe if you could just repeat because we couldn't hear you properly.
Motion without notice was dismissed according to Rule 93. The motion from Councillor Emma, seconded by Councillor Mbosula. The agent question by Councillor Mtembu for MMC of Health and Social Development was also dismissed. It's not an agent question. It's an issue that has been in existence for over 5 years. Thank you. She also mentions that in her question. We can now proceed. Councillor Telegwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings. All right, Speaker, I wanted to raise something of concern. I'm not sure if in the morning it was addressed. Yesterday, Israel carpet bombed more than 30 houses, of which 400 Palestinians died. That was yesterday. And you look at the kids that died, also died in the war or the aggressions against Palestine. There are more than 3,000. So, Speaker, I would like to suggest that we have a moment of silence for the kids and women that are killed in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's a good suggestion that we do have a moment of silence for both the women, children in Palestine and Israel that were killed, innocent civilians. We will rise for them for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. I will allow for a 1 minute moment of silence for all civilians. Thank you. Councillors, if you don't want a moment of silence, we will stop. Thank you, councillors. Can you now take your seats? Let's proceed. Secretary to council.
Councillors, we are on item 3A, which is questions for oral reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillors, there are no oral questions under this item. We can move to the next item.
Next item is item 3B, which is questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to state that in accordance my apologies, Speaker, let me reiterate that. On the notice of which has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council, the written responses have been provided
Executive
and
Mayor.
have been signed.
Please just hold on, there's a hand.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Can I please request that the Executive Mayor come to the front so we can hear him clearly, if possible? The sound is very muddled. We can't hear him, thanks.
Okay, let's first try the roving mic. Can we have a roving mic? Or speak closer to the mic if you're able to. See if they can hear, otherwise we'll try the roving mic. Thank you, Mayor.
Am I audible now? I'll try to adjust accordingly, Speaker, to try and make sure that I'm audible. But first and foremost, greetings to you, Speaker. Let me acknowledge as well the Chief Whip of Council and MMCs and all the councillors present. Speaker, in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council, I would like to submit that the written responses have been uploaded and signed. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, EM. Yes, Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just to bring to the Executive Mayor's attention, we still have questions unanswered since April. We did bring it up with the Acting Secretary to Council, but we are concerned that for several months there are unanswered questions on previous response papers. Can the Executive Mayor please ensure that his committee answers all of the outstanding questions? Otherwise, we will need to take it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Note. I've been told that all the responses are on the link. If they're not on the link, no, we're not going to have a debate on it. I'll talk to you and we'll make sure we upload. Thank you. Acting Secretary will ensure that we upload them. Thank you, councillors. Can we move to the next item?
Councillors, the next item is item 3C, which is Executive Mayor's question time, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 112 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Democratic Alliance, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and all protocol observed. Executive Mayor, in August, a tragedy occurred that left 77 people dead, over 50 injured in a building that falls under the responsibility of the Johannesburg Property Company. JPC is making headlines for all the wrong reasons, including political appointments, donations to the ANC Youth League. Where is the accountability, and why, Executive Mayor, has the CEO of JPC, Ms. Helen Boertes, and the MMC of Economic Development, Councillor Namoya Mnisi, not being suspended pending a commission of inquiry? Thank you.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. Speaker, let me first register the fact that the tragedy, the Marshalltown fire, is a concern for all of us. It's a dent that we have to acknowledge. It has affected, as you had indicated, 77 lives, and it has happened under our watch. Consequence management is critical to ensuring that such situations never reoccur, whether in the immediate or in the future. But let me assure the House that this current administration is doing a thorough assessment of the manner in which the entity of concern, which is JPC, is managed. We believe in good governance, Madam Speaker, and in so doing, we allow due processes to unfold. For the mere fact that it has not come to the fore what the government of the day is doing in terms of ensuring that we put mitigating measures, but over and above to prevent this from happening in the future, we are attending to it, and we will make sure that it is of this council's satisfaction. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. EM, follow up, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Executive Mayor, for the response. However, they should still have been suspended pending your investigation in terms of the consequence management. We haven't asked for them to be fired, but just need to be suspended pending the outcome of an investigation inquiry that would actually show some level of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. EM.
Thank you very much. As I've indicated previously, Madam Speaker, without succumbing to the demand of firing people or suspending people, I will ensure that there is thorough consequence management, and not only at the top management level. Because as you would understand that there are many managers in JPC with a wide variety of responsibilities. There was a culture in the past where when everything goes wrong or where anything goes wrong, it is the head of the institution that is targeted first. But allow us to take a different approach as this administration to ensure that not only do we focus on the top, but we also clean out what also lies at the bottom. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, EM. Next question, ANC Councillor Marema.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Executive Mayor, I would like to find out how far the City of Johannesburg is in implementing the remedial action recommended by the Human Rights Commission and Public Protector on Alexander shutdown that took place during April 2019, which was triggered by the lack of service delivery and mushrooming of informal shacks in the area. And I understand that there were interministerial task team that was established by the President subsequent to the total shutdown. How many programs have been implemented thus far? What measures were put in place to respond to the recommendation brought forward by the Public Protector and the Human Rights Commission? And can you provide us with an update on the recommendation by the interministerial task team as the response towards addressing the matters raised by the residents of Alex? Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor, at this point, I will request that I respond to you in writing so that the response that you get is of a quality that you can accept. Furthermore, by virtue of there not being any visible evidence of what the city has undertaken, it is an equal opportunity for me to do a further analysis of the contributing factors towards why we haven't seen any progress to date. So allow me an opportunity to respond to you in writing, and I will ensure that you have it before the next council sitting. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Councillor Marema, is that acceptable?
Yes, Speaker, it's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, EM. We now move to our next item.
Councillors, we are on item 4, which is election of chairpersons of the following Section 79 committees in terms of Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Section 79 Committee of Gender, Youth and People with Disabilities, abbreviated GOD, and also Section 79 Committee Chair for Public Safety.
Councillors, please note that the election of the chairpersons of Section 79, Gender, Youth and People with Disabilities, GOD, and Public Safety Committees will be done in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. In this instance, voting shall be by show of hands on the basis that the aforesaid positions are not part of Schedule 3 to the Municipal Structures Act 1998, Act 117 of 1998 as amended. The procedure set out in this schedule applies whenever municipal council meets to elect a speaker, an executive mayor, a deputy executive mayor, a mayor, or a deputy mayor, or the whip of council. I have issued nomination forms to all political party whips for political parties to submit nominations for the positions of chairpersons of the Section 79 GOD and Public Safety Committees. We are now going to follow the sequence as per the notice. We'll start with the GOD. I have received one nomination, and such is from Councillor Mpolobosho, seconded by Councillor Arnolds. Nominating Councillor Machete. The form has been correctly filled and accordingly signed by the proposer, seconder, and the nominee. At this point, I will allow the proposer, seconder, and the nominee to please read out your nomination and the acceptance, respectively, for record purpose. We'll start with the proposer, Councillor Mpolobosho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Moloko Mpolobosho, hereby nominating Councillor Story Machete for the position of the chairperson of Section 79 GOD Committee. That's signed by, supporting by Councillor Arnold. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson Arnold.
Okay, there it is. Thank you. I, Councillor Margaret Sharon Arnold, hereby seconds the name of Councillor Machete to be the chairperson of GOD, Section 79. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machete. Do you accept the nomination?
Thank you, Speaker. I, Story Machete, accept the nomination for the position of chairperson of the Section 79 GOD Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. As indicated, councillors, there was only one nomination received. Therefore, Councillor Machete is duly elected as the chairperson of GOD Committee. Congratulations, Councillor Machete. We now move to public safety. I have received one nomination, and such is from Councillor Marumo, seconded by Councillor Ne, nominating Councillor Nonkumbi. The form has been correctly filled and accordingly signed by the proposer, seconder, and nominee. At this point, I will allow the proposer, seconder, and the nominee to please read out your nomination and acceptance respectively. Councillor Marumo.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the ANC caucus leader, the speaker, whip of council, MMCs, chair of chairs, chairpersons of Section 79 committee, councillors and Joburgers. I, Councillor Teboho Marumo, stand before this August House with honor and privilege to nominate Councillor Ian Nonkumbi to the position of the chairperson of Public Safety Section 79 of the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Council Municipality in terms of Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. The seconder, Councillor Ne.
Greetings. Let me greet you with the universal greeting of peace be upon everyone in this house. I, Councillor Ricky Ne, second the nomination of Councillor Ian Nonkumbi for the chairperson of Public Safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ne. Councillor Nonkumbi, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I, Councillor Ian Nzokolo Nonkumbi, do accept the nomination of being the chair of Public Safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nonkumbi. Councillors, as indicated again, I received only one nomination, and therefore Councillor Nonkumbi is duly elected as the chairperson of Public Safety Committee. Congratulations, Chairperson. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to the next item.
Next item, councillors, is item 5.
MMC Magwenshu.
Greetings, Speaker. Speaker, I would like an elevation of motions.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the request to elevate motions, is that accepted? Thank you. So we will now deal with motions, and thereafter we'll deal with the request for the urgent debate. So it will be motions, urgent debate, and the executive items. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Arnold? Chairperson Arnold, you can proceed. For the mic, can we assist?
Thank you, Leah. Speaker, now that there was a request to elevate the motions, the minorities, governing parties would please like to have a 30-minute break so that we can go through these motions. We have different ideas now. Thank you. It's our right.
Thank you. Councillor Knott?
Madam Speaker, may we ask if you do grant that break, that it is taken within 30 minutes? We waited an hour after a 15-minute caucus break previously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillors, 30 minutes caucus break. Let us try to stick to the time. It's a fair request. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Arnold. You asked for a caucus. We're just waiting for you.
Thank you, Speaker. My apologies for the extra 5 minutes that we took.
Just 1 minute. Let everybody sit down. Councillors, we are ready to begin. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you, everybody, for your indulgence. We are ready to begin. Can I ask the officials there? Welcome back, CFO. We want to start the meeting. Thank you. MMC Kunene. MMC Kunene, the council is now in session. Thank you. Chairperson Raserute, MMC Mahafula, we are ready to start. Chairperson Arnold, you can report back.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to apologize for the extra 5 minutes we took, but at least those that are smoking, they were happy because they could have more than 3 quais. Speaker, we are fine. As the minorities, we had our discussions and you can continue with business. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We can move to the motions.
Councillors, we are on item 6, which is an elevated item. It's on the motions.
Thank you. Motion number 1, proposer, Councillor Musetla. Can we assist Councillor Musetla with the sound?
The mic?
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the party leader of the EFF, Councillor Spetlela Rasurute, party whip, Councillor Tabisa Mohapi, EM, city manager, and all councillors that are in the house. I, Councillor Kalushi Johannes Musetla, propose a motion in terms of Rule 94.1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council
noting that one, Section 152(1)(d) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa identifies the promotion of a safe and healthy environment as one of the objects of municipalities. Two, several research studies have highlighted that recycling allows materials that would become waste to be used as valuable resources. Three, the Economic Freedom Fighters 2021 Local Government Manifesto states that every EFF municipality should build a new recycling plant. Four, the 2021 Local Government Manifesto of the EFF also mentions that every EFF municipality should provide waste reclaimers with training and processing facilities and access to the market. Against the background provided above, we recommend the following, Speaker. A, the city conduct a feasibility study on the building of recycling plants in all wards around the city of Johannesburg. B, the feasibility study process commences within 90 days after the motion is approved by the council. C, if feasible, provide waste reclaimers with training and processing facilities to enable them to access the formal market. I thank you, Speaker.
Okay, power is back. Do you want to have lunch or do you want to continue? Let's finish the motion that we tabled. Let's just finish the motion we tabled. Power is back. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. The motion one was tabled by Councillor Musetla. Councillors, if you can sit down, we're just going to deal with this motion, then break for lunch, since I've already whetted your appetite. Is the motion agreed to? Agreed, they have it. Thank you so much. So the motion has passed. Yes, Councillor Echenzonjuko. No power.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know you didn't put this to a vote and you didn't hear when we mentioned no. So we would like to note our abstention from this motion. Thanks.
You have a no, or do you want to put it to a vote? I know I've already passed it. You must choose what you're looking for. The motion has already passed. We note the DA's abstention to the motion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillors, do you want me to proceed to motion 2? Okay. Motion 2, proposer, Councillor Mangena. Councillor Mangena, motion 2.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the leader of caucus of the ANC, Councillor Dada Murero. Greetings to all councillors in the House. Speaker, I'm withdrawing the motion. I'm going to rework it and resubmit it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mangena. Motion 2 has been withdrawn. Motion 3, proposer, Councillor Mbengwa. Motion 3. Let's deal with motion 3, then we can break for lunch, because this is quite a long one. Motion 3, Councillor Mbengwa. I think we're gonna need a roving mic here.
Speaker, because water is a very important portion Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. I'm just looking out for Councillor Mbengwa. I don't know if he's back or not. He needs to proceed with his motion. I can't find Councillor Mbengwa. Yes, MMC Magwenju.
Speaker, we would like to request a 15 minutes caucus break.
Minutes caucus break. It's now 20 past. So 2:35. MMC Magwenju. 2:35. We'll be back in the house. And please ensure Councillor Mbengwa is back as well. He's supposed to be tabling his motion. 15 minutes caucus break. Thank you. Councillor Knott.
Thanks. If we can please stick to the time. Everybody is tired. It's now mid-afternoon and we've barely done anything. So if we can please be back in time, it would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. 15 minutes caucus break. Thank you very much. Welcome back, councillors. Thank you. MMC Magwenchu, you asked for the caucus break. Councillors, we are now in session. Thank you. Can we all sit down? Councillors. MMC Magwenchu, you can proceed once the chairpersons sit down there.
Thank you, Speaker. We did caucus and we have aligned on the issues that we needed to align on. And I can safely say that we came back exactly in 15 minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mbengwa. You were about to table motion 3. Do you have a roving mic? Can we have a roving mic?
Speaker, with respect on the minutes allocated, I was just requesting to share, just a few minutes to share with all the caucus leaders what this motion could bring about. So just asking that indulgence of that minute.
It's part of your 4 minutes. I will let you know when to start. Are you?
Please let me do that exercise and then you give me the 4 minutes, please.
It's part of your 4 minutes. So as soon as you start, the clock is ticking.
Where's the whip? Where's the caucus of?
Where's that? Yes, caucus.
Okay, Speaker. I want to table the following motion, which will bring about the solution to the entire city.
Hold on, Councillor. We will start your 4 minutes. I just want the councillors to settle down. There's too much noise.
Can I take advantage of that and add
Yeah.
some more?
Councillors, can I ask you please to quieten down? If you're walk in quietly. Councillor Mbenga is about to make his presentation. Where's the noise coming from? No, I can't count down when people are walking in and there's too much noise. Yes. You were here in 15 minutes' time. Guys, can we please, councillors? Councillors? I've noted you, Councillor Mhlongo, just 1 second. There's too much movement. Councillors, as soon as you quieten down, we can start. Councillor Mhlongo, what did you want to say?
Can I continue?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm just asking you, don't allow us to be tortured. If Councillor Mbengwa is given the platform to speak, he must do so, not delivering water. Otherwise, we are being tortured here. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Mhlongo, let's leave that comment. Councillor Musetla, you had your hand up?
Thanks, Speaker.
Yes.
My problem is that delivery of water and the allowance to Councillor Mbengwa to deliver a speech before presenting the motion. Which process is that one?
I don't know what you're talking about, Councillor Musetla. I gave you time to settle down and keep quiet. If you were keeping quiet, you would not have had an opportunity to hand out water. Your caucuses were still walking in. We said 15 minutes. Nobody was, so the sooner you keep quiet, the sooner his 4 minutes will start. That is not going to help you.
Please.
Councillor Mbengwa?
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the African National Congress, Ntate Silo Morero. I, Masindi, Mandanomen, Cabral, Mbengwa, propose the following motion in terms of the Standing Rule 89, subsection 2B of the Council. The Council, the background of the motion reads as follows. The city of Joburg receives water from rainwater, and rainwater procures it from the government of Lesotho. This demonstrates that the city of Joburg municipality is solemnly reliant on the kingdom of Lesotho. In recent years, the city of Cape Town was in a water shedding and day zero crisis. The question is, should the day zero comes here in the city of Johannesburg, and what will we do? What will be our alternative water? Where are our strategies? What is our plan? In Ward 123 Region F, inner city, the ward currently has a spring of water which gushes its water out at the Ellis Park area and the whole of Doornfontein. This alone makes Ward 123 with higher level of table water. Along number 280 Smith Street and Edith Cavell Street, Joburg Park, the former Joburg Park post office building, where there is constant pumping of water onto Volmara Street. And in a rainy season, it is worse. The water must be pumped out daily. It has been noticed that the city of Joburg water only rely on the imported water from Lesotho through the rainwater buying process. And Joburg water does not have any alternative water apart from rainwater and Lesotho buying arrangement. The city of Joburg has enough groundwater in the south and other areas such as Doornfontein, Bedrams, Ellis Park and others. That there are already water sports which the city has conducted, one in Newville with a capacity of producing 6.1 liter of water per second. Gautrain station in Midrand, Marlborough areas continuously pump out about 10 mega liters, gallons of water out of the surface. This water can service 66,667 of four people a day, and if the Gautrain don't pump out this water on a daily basis, Gautrain in Midrand will flood and clog the whole functionality of Gautrain services. That the University of Johannesburg, the UJDFC or the UJ Doornfontein has now tapped into this alternative water, and they have bottled this water after the internal process and purification. That the alternative water will make the city of Joburg to generate up to 30% of their own water. That will be a huge savings in our revenue. It is therefore recommended that the city of Joburg to institute a professional team with experts under the employ of the city of Joburg to conduct research on the quality of underground water which we have, the cost of processing this water, and give a projection on the duration of the lifestyle supply of this abundant water which
30
we have.
seconds.
that the research should be within 90 days. The responsible department must submit assessment report in 90 days. The research team must, in communication with the council through the relevant member of mayoral committee, that all the recommendations from the probation be implemented and time frame be tabled on the reports. And upon presentation, the possible funding options should be included in the report, so the council could resume the process of ensuring that the city of Joburg have alternative water in our lifetime. I propose, Speaker.
Thank you.
And the DA is seconding me on this one.
Thank you, councillors. You have heard the motion as tabled by Councillor Mbengwa. Is the motion agreed to? I hear noes and yeses. So we will then take it to the debate. Can I have the seconder? Councillor Khumalo. Councillor Khumalo, the seconder of the motion.
Okay. Greetings to you, Speaker, Executive Mayor, Councillor Commander, Whip of Council, Councillor Zumu, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips, members of Mayoral Committee, chairs of all Section 79 committees. Special greetings to the 1912 Movement Caucus leader, Councillor Data Morello, fellow councillors, especially Abantwana Bagatambo. Speaker, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what the difference we have made to the lives of the others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. Water is a basic human right. It is very important to us as the city that cares with the lives of the people to pass this motion. Therefore, I, Xolani Innocent Khumalo, second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Khumalo. Action essay, Councillor Munyai.
Thanks, Speaker. Greetings to the colleagues, also to our caucus leader. Speaker, I understand that Action SA were in the opposition, but being in the opposition, it doesn't mean that we must oppose everything. But if you can look in terms of the standing rule of council, rule number 92, in terms of the admissibility of the motion, subsection 3, it speaks about if the motion, the item is being raised in the section 79, that motion it's supposed not to be tabled here. If you can look at the same motion that is being brought by the councillor from the load shedding or water shedding. Yesterday, we approved the Johannesburg Water Security Strategy that speaks specific about what is being tabled here. So I would like to ask us that, isn't the ANC playing with the people of Johannesburg about the issue of water, or they're just playing politics? Because the councillor from the ANC just went and do copy and paste in something that is already there. And
Councillor Munyai, please hold on, there's a hand. Councillor Nkumbi. Chairperson Nonkumbi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Who is the councillor from the load setting? Do we have any councillor in this council from the load setting? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nonkumbi. We certainly don't have. Can you address councillors correctly? Councillor Munyai, you can make your point without using those kind of words.
So, thanks, Speaker. As I've said earlier on that, how can these ANC councillors play around with the people of Johannesburg about the issue of water? And as Action SA, together with the resident of Johannesburg, were heartful with the failure of the ANC.
Councillor Munyai.
I withdraw, Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you.
Yes, Speaker. As Action SA, we do reject this copy and paste motion that already the strategy was approved yesterday. So what's the use of us approving this motion today? We understand that next year is all about elections, so we know that this is how they make money for elections. We'd like also to remind this House that why is this government of ANC and the EFF so quiet about the issue of the spaza shop?
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Councillors.
No, but they make noise.
Councillors.
Speaker, can you please protect me?
Councillor, you are protected. Councillors, if you have something to say, rather raise your hand, then you can comment or put a point of order, but you cannot howl. Councillor Munyayo, you can proceed. Councillor Mpahlele.
Speaker, I think I'm left with 2 minutes, correct?
Councillor Munyayo, my apologies, please hold on, there's a hand.
I'm left, okay.
There's a hand, thank you. Councillor Mpahlele.
Yes, Councillor, perfect reading. We would like to acknowledge as EFF that you consider us as leadership. If we don't speak,
What is the
happens in
point of
Council. Thank you
order,
very much.
Councillor Mpahlele? Councillor Munyayo, please proceed.
Thanks, Speaker. On behalf of the resident of Johannesburg, we would like to ask this council, why is this coalition of ANC and the EFF so quiet?
Councillors. Councillors, can we stop howling? I think the only error is that they didn't include the other parties. It should be the minorities howling. I don't know why EFF is howling. Minorities are also in the coalition. There's nothing wrong with ANC, EFF, minorities coalition. I didn't hear anything wrong. So let's proceed. Councillor Munyayo. Councillor Munyayo, please proceed.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. As I conclude my speech, I'm still saying that why is this glue
Councillor
government?
Munyayo, please, don't provoke where it's not necessary.
Okay.
You've made your point. Please proceed.
But the speech is sitting down.
Your colleagues are howling at you. I don't know why they're howling at you. Please proceed, Councillor Munyayo.
Okay, Speaker, in conclusion, as Action SA, we're also concerned, why is this government of so-called local unity, they are so quiet regarding the issue of the spaza shop, when our innocent children are dying because they are buying expired food and from the spaza shop that are being owned by illegal foreigners. As Action SA, we represent South African. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Freedom Front, Councillor Schmidt.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you, councillors.
I know it's on.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I'm withdrawing from this item, please.
Thank you. Patriotic Alliance, Councillor Fresling.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. The PA caucus under the capable leader
Councillor Kenny Kunene, Chief Whip Councillor Rafferty. The city is faced with a major crisis. Residents are crying because many wards have no water. Sub-region F, wards 55, 56 and 57 have been without water for more than a month. Joburg Water says that the reservoirs are empty and that they buy water from Rand Water. Rand Water mentioned that the Klip Rivier, which supplies their reservoirs, is at a low level of 30% and cannot feed the pumps until the river is filled. Then only water will be pumped into the reservoirs. Sub-region D, Ward 29, Noordgesig. Residents are faced with low water pressure for longer than 6 months. Some residents without water. According to Joburg Water, maintenance needs to be done, pipe changing. Then the water flow can increase water pressure. There are no proper solutions, it seems. Residents are extremely fed up and demand that load shedding be excluded from all water reservoirs so that water pumps can be operational all the time, because water is a basic need. As the PA leadership, we support any attempt in resolving this dire need by residents in the city of Johannesburg. Please be reminded that the PA turns 10 on the 25th November. Everybody's invited to Orlando. Salute as PA or Nux.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Mkasi.
All right, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me start by greeting the EFF caucus leader, Councillor Raserute, the EFF public representatives deployed to City of Johannesburg government, Councillor Dr. Tswaku and Councillor Makafula. Fellow Councillors, City of Johannesburg residents, receive our revolutionary greetings. As the economic freedom fighters, we supported the motion proposed by Councillor Mbengwa. It is in the best interest of the City of Johannesburg residents to at least have alternative in terms of source of water instead of depending only on rainwater. Considering that if this motion is passed, the city is going to save taxpayers' money and avoid the water shortages in future. As the economic freedom fighters, we noted that the motion is in line with the water security strategy that was passed on the 31st October 2023 by this council. Speaker, it must be noted that there are some arrivalists here who lied to our communities and told them that if they get voted, they are going to drive the so-called foreigners to the sea. But we have a question to ask here. How many did you take or you deported since you were voted through lies? Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we support the proposed motion. I thank you.
Thank you. MMC Squaila.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Afternoon, EM. City Manager, leader of ANC Caucus, Progressive Coalition Partners present, fellow councillors, my colleagues, fellow MMCs. Without waste of time, Speaker, let me indicate that this motion should be supported as it speaks about alternative water source as City of Johannesburg to move away from 100% reliability on rainwater. We are sitting here, Speaker, we don't know what can happen tomorrow at rainwater, whether their plant can collapse or they can have a power outage or a power failure. That will take 2 to 3 weeks for City of Johannesburg to recover. Yesterday we had a protest here early in the morning, and there are other parts, there's Robert Shem, South Hills, including here. that are struggling to recover in terms of from water outage. So this system, Speaker, provides us with an opportunity to explore underground water, and a feasibility study should be done in terms of testing the quality of water underground. We're having too much water underground in the city of Johannesburg. A lot of dolomite areas that we're having here. I think this motion should be supported. Thanks very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Mbengwa. Councillor Mbengwa, you cannot be speaking on the phone in a council meeting. Can you come and close the debate? Or you can close it from where you are.
Okay, I really appreciate all those who are supporting this motion. And it's a great opportunity that we are going to turn around City of Johannesburg and make sure that we've got an alternative water. Therefore, this motion, I want it to pass. Thank you. I'm requesting and urging all the councillors here to second and support this motion.
Thank you. Councillors, all those in favor of the motion, those that are the yeses supporting the motion, please raise your hands. I will ask legal to assist with the counting. Can the Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. The noes, all those that are not in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. The noes. Thank you. I think it was quicker counting the noes. You can put your hands down. Those that are abstaining? Abstaining, thank you. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Thank you, councillors. The results as follows. Yeses, 137. No, 36. Abstentions, 67. The motion is therefore passed. Yeah.
Councillors, we proceed to motion 4, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to resolve that the MMC for Transport do a thorough feasibility study to merge Metrobus and Rea Vaya BRT and provide a detailed report of such finding to Council within 60 days.
Proposer, Councillor Mukoka.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our caucus leader, Nobuhle Mthembu. I, Councillor Mukoka, raise a motion in terms of the rule standing of the Council Rule 89, recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to resolve that the MMC for Transport do a thorough feasibility study to merge Metrobus and Rea Vaya BRT and provide a detailed report of such findings to Council within 60 days. Metrobus's mission is to provide customer-friendly public bus transport within Greater Johannesburg. To do so, it has distilled its aims as follows. It is to provide a reliable and punctual service. It is to provide a cost-efficient service to ensure fares are kept low and possible. It will be financially viable and will produce above industry average profitability through efficient resource allocation and management. These are some of the mission statements that Metrobus has committed to, but each and every councillor in this house can attest to having an encounter with someone that has experienced the opposite of this. In the latest Q4, Metrobus only achieved 11 of 21 targets. Their challenges were as follows: overspending of budget, which results to a deficit, cash flow challenges experienced from Q2 to Q4, underperformance in relation to CAPEX, challenges in concluded MOUs. Now, with these challenges, you can pick up that Metrobus is honestly struggling. Taking into consideration the highly impactful outcomes where we are seeing globally from what is known as shared economies, I am of a view that public transportation sector of the city will better served by an amalgamation, the Rea Vaya and the Metrobus service. As one organization, the combined experience will undoubtedly bring a greater efficiency, more importantly, to truly realize the true potential of an integrated transportation system. The two organizations may jointly implement strategic integrated route planning, allowing for complementary operations and ensuring increased bus frequency and reduced cost because of sharing of resources and skills. Should we truly wish to see the entire transport system truly integrated, it begins with organizations with similar operations finding each other and establishing working relations first to prepare for future sector integrations across all modes of future transport. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mkoka. Councillors, you've heard motion 4 as tabled. Is the motion agreed to? I hear the noes. Thank you, councillors. It's okay. Let us proceed. Seconder, Councillor Mabunda.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting to the fabulous 44. Speaker, City of Johannesburg is always encouraging the commuters to use the public transport. But because of Metrobus is failing to give a reliable transportation to the public, we end up having a serious challenge on the road whereby commuters, most of them, they fail to get to work in time. So for that, Speaker, as I can see Metrobus currently failing the commuters, all because Metrobus is under a poor management. So for that, Speaker, I second the motion for Metrobus to be incorporated to Rea Vaya services. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Lishilo.
Thank you, Speaker. Revolutionary greeting to our EFF caucus leaders, Bethlehem Hospital, Ras Route, EFF Chief Whip, Thabisa Mogapi, EFF MMC of Health Social Development, Ramadi Mejaeni Makafula, MMC of Public Safety, Dr. Mqini Chwaku, and all 29 battalion of mighty economic freedom fighters. Okay, Speaker, I rise on motion 4 recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to resolve that the MMC of Transport do a thorough feasibility study to match Metrobus and Rea Vaya BRT and provide detailed report on such findings to Council with 60 days. As the EFF, we have considered that in the process of matching two companies, the taxi operators and taxi drivers are going to lose their jobs because of BRT. When was established, taxi operators were lobbies to sell their taxis and be part of owners of BRT. After a lot of bloodshed, a loss of lives, a loss of property, it was agreed that operators must sell their taxis and own the BRT. If the BRT and Metrobus merge, who will be the owner? The taxi operators must first be consulted, and because of the margin is going to affect them financially in ownership of buses. Recently, Metrobus has launched a Metrobus Goes Digital. Recently, the cameras are installed inside and outside the buses to monitor on daily basis. Even the drivers, on the driver's seat, there's a camera there. And then also there's an EFT machines that are installed to use bank cards to load the bus tax. So as the EFF will reject the report, I thank you, Speaker. The motion, thank you. As the EFF will reject the motion, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Kunene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Let me greet and recognize the Treasurer General of the Patriotic Alliance, the MMC of Human Settlement, Anthea Leach. Let me recognize the Chief Whip of the Patriotic Alliance, hardworking councillors of the Patriotic Alliance. Let me recognize the leadership of the Patriotic Alliance in absentia. Madam Speaker, I don't know who got Councillor Mukoka to bring this motion, but because he's a very decent councillor, I will also be decent. The Reavaya BRT system and Metrobus are two distinct systems. In that, Reavaya model is a rapid transit system, whereas Metrobus is a conventional bus system that is demand-driven. Both systems are, however, elements of the city's approved Integrated Public Transport Network, IPTN, plan that seeks to integrate public transport modes where each has a role to play to achieve quality, efficiency, reliability, and sustainability. The city's integration of public transport follows best practices and is informed by an integrated fare structure and ticketing system, park and ride facilities, network and access points sharing such as transport hubs and terminals. The plan follows the requirements and provisions of the NLTA, National Land Transport Act. So it is near impossible to merge these two. Reavaya is an empowerment transaction that has been done in terms of the National Land Transport Act, where a private companies owned by former taxi operators are operating Reavaya on behalf of the city. Metrobus is a baby of the city. I take offense that there is poor management at Metrobus. I will quickly show how best they are. Since my arrival in February, we have employed 24 inspectors. There has not been inspectors in the past 10 years at Metrobus. We have installed, as the councillor from EFF rightly said, the AFS, temporary AFS system, automated fare collection. We have installed what we call Papa Action on the bus. We have installed Josie free Wi-Fi, which I call the sushi free Wi-Fi. We are procuring between 30 and 40 buses in the next month or so. So Metrobus is well alive. Metrobus is operational. Metrobus is effective. We are going, as the budget increases, procure more buses. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to invite yourself, Madam Speaker, and everybody in this House to the 10-year anniversary of the Patriotic Alliance that will be hosted at a packed Orlando Stadium in Soweto on the 25th of November 2023. Madam Speaker, we are calling for peace in the Middle East. We are calling for a two-state solution. We are, Madam Speaker, calling on the criminal Hamas to release the hostages so that ceasefire can be fast-tracked. If Hamas fails to release the old women, the children,
that it has kidnapped, we then encourage the state of Israel to hunt Hamas. Nehemiah 24 verse 9, Madam Speaker, says, if you bless Israel, you will be blessed. If you curse Israel, you will be cursed. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, can I be protected?
Thank you, councillors. MMC, you still have your 45 minutes after they stop singing.
Thank you
45 seconds, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We
Councillors, please.
We
you're
are
still on the
calling
floor.
for peace in the Middle East. We want the children of the Israelites to play with the children of the Palestinians and to live in harmony and to coexist the way we as South Africans are coexisting with our former colonizers. Salute ons Baizani. Release the
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Mukoka, you need to close the debate for us.
Thank you, Speaker. The procurement that the MMC is referring to, Speaker,
Councillors, we are still in session. Councillors,
the procuring of the buses, Speaker, that the MMC is referring to.
Councillor Mukoka, just hold on. Bata. Thank you, Councillor Mukoka.
Thank you, Speaker. The procuring that the MMC is referring to, he actually forgot to mention that all these procurements are done on credit. As a result, Metrobus is consistently operating on what they call a technical deficit. However, with integration of the systems, if the integration of systems can be done across all transportation, a whole lot more can also be integrated. The meaning of a feasibility study is exploring of a proposed project or undertaking to determine the merits and viability. So in these instances, what I'm asking that council to do is to look at ways that we can integrate these systems and amalgamate so that we are able to render service at a cost-effective way, unlike what Metrobus is currently doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors that are in favor of the motion, the yeses, kindly raise your hands. Councillors in favor of the motion. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are not in favor of the motion, the noes. Councillors not in favor. Done? Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. You can put down your hands. Thank you. Councillors, those that are in favor, the yeses, there's just some numbers that don't tally. The yeses, kindly raise your hands again. Those that are in favor of the motion. Thank you. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Those that are abstaining from the vote, the abstentions. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, you can lower your hands. Thank you, councillors. The results as follows. The yeses, 48. Noes, 127. Abstentions, 65. The motion has therefore failed. Thank you. Next motion.
Councillors, we proceed with motion 5, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to develop and adopt a policy on training and development of councillors.
The proposer, Councillor Mabaso, is not here, so the seconder, Councillor Manganyi, will table the motion.
Greetings, Speaker. I rise to table a motion on behalf of Councillor Mlungisi Mabaso. I, Councillor Dausi Manganyi of the Inkatha Freedom Party, hereby table of a motion in terms of Section 94, subsection of 1 of Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act number 20 of 1998 gives a mandate to every municipal council to develop and adopt a policy including a criteria to provide for education and development of councillors. Local government is one sphere of government which is highly legislated, and the current form of programs are not sufficient nor properly coordinated to assist councillors to understand laws governing local government. Term of office
Councillor
of...
Manganyi, please just hold on. Councillors, there's just too much noise. Everybody is talking, having conversations and meetings. Councillor Chairperson Arnold's, MMCs, please. We are in session. Councillor Manganyi, proceed.
Term of office for public office bearers is 5 years, and in some instances, councillors leave offices without any plans. It is therefore imperative that council consider capacitating councillors and equipping them for life after holding offices. As the IFP, we therefore recommend that council develop and adopt a policy on training and development of councillors, that a council set aside budget for program following legal prescribed as enriched in the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act, that a draft policy to be submitted to council 3 months upon approval for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, you heard the motion as tabled. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you. The motion is agreed to.
We proceed to motion 6, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council in line with the mayoral priorities that
Just hold on. Councillors, are we in the same meeting? Councillor Chairperson Khaldin? Chairperson Khaldin, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance is requesting a 45-minute caucus break, please. Thank you.
45 minutes. Caucus break will be granted for 45 minutes. We shall be back 25 past 4. Councillor Knott.
Madam Speaker, I think we are all in support of democratic processes and giving caucuses time to go over issues. But at this point, we feel that we are being abused with caucus breaks. We have barely got through the business of today. Surely, they don't have to agree with me, but I'm allowed to state this. Surely, we should have been prepared for this council meeting, and if the councils are not prepared, we have sat here most of the day doing nothing. And to be honest with you, it's really not fair on the residents of the city. Our councillors have issues in their wards. We cannot be sitting here all day doing nothing, taking caucus breaks. I plead with you, I understand the need to grant these, but at this point we are on caucus break number 50, and we've gone through 4 items on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You'll recall it was yourself who told me and took me to court for denying caucus breaks. So I will grant caucus breaks to whoever wishes to caucus, will not deny them the right. We've also granted you 3-hour caucus breaks in the past, as much time as you needed to apply your mind on these are serious issues that we're dealing with. They affect the lives of our residents directly and the economy of the city. It's important that councillors apply their minds, consult where they need to, and make the best decision for the city. Caucus break granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Siddiqui.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Khaldin asks for the caucus break.
Speaker, can I start?
Councillors, please settle down. Councillor Khaldin asks for a caucus break. She needs to report back.
Thank you, Speaker. We covered. I also just want to say to Councillor Leah Knott, she must not just speak for the sake of speaking when we request caucus breaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khaldin. We will now proceed with the next item, motion 6.
Councillors, motion 6 is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council, in line with the mayoral priorities, that a collaborated portfolio or anti-oversight visit within the current financial year initiate the process of restoring the dignity of people.
Proposer, Councillor Bini.
Greetings to the Speaker of the Council, fellow councillors, Action SA Fabulous 44, caucus leader of the Action SA, I greet you all in the name of Jesus, amen. I, Councillor Bini Lwando, I hereby table the following motion in terms of the Standing Rules 89 2B of the Standing Rules in End Order of the Council 2016. Matolesville Extension 4 is a township on the outskirts of West Rand in the city of Johannesburg, where the crime, unemployment, objectives of poverty is an order of the day. The lack of providing proper service delivery direct contributes to those conditions that no human being should be subjected to. This is directed violation of basic human rights as set out as the Section 16 of South Africa Constitutions of 1996, adding insult to injury and taking into consideration that this is not informal settlement. The resident does not have access to the clean running water, no proper ablution of facilities, and still using the chemicals toilet to reveal themselves. And of course, no electricity. This is all contributes to all high level of crime in the community, such as rape, murder, housebreaking, robberies, GBV, and constant abuse of women and children. On the 5th of September 2022, 2 females were found dead, and everyone treat this as normal. This is totally unacceptable in the era of democracy. As the Action SA, we believe that all South Africans are entitled to the proper service delivery and live a life of dignity, and We request that the council to resolve the following in the lines of priorities, in the lines of mayor priorities. We hereby request that that a corporated portfolio or entities to oversight visit within the current financial year to initiate the process of restoring the dignity of the people by identifying the challenges mentioned above and draft integrated proposal. How these challenges can be addressed and how the budget can be sourced to address these challenges, or whether the budget is available to address these challenges. How this cooperated portfolio or entities will implement and execute the plan to bring the proper service delivery to the resident of Matolesville Extension 4, so that they can enjoy and live a dignity life and free of crime. The corporated portfolio or entities to implement a plan within the communicated timelines within the 60 days. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. You have heard the motion 6 as tabled. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you, councillors. Seconder, Councillor Mabunda.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting to Action SA Fabulous 44 and the fellow councillors. Speaker, people of Ward 127, Matolesville, Donosa, they have been waiting for a better services for many years. Speaker, this is the time to deliver to them as City of Johannesburg, not a political party. Speaker, if we really care about the resident of City of Johannesburg, not our stomach, today is a time where we must pass this motion and deliver services to the people of Matolesville, Donosa. Speaker, I second the motion that says provision of adequate supply of water and housing to the people of Matole. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF, Councillor Mufugeng.
Greetings, Speaker. Councillor Moepi will speak on the item. As I greet you, Honorable Speaker, greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Councillor Spetlela Rasirute, greetings to the officials and all our guests. Speaker, our role as councillors of the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality is to serve all residents irrespective. We are here to rectify the historical injustices that many of our previously disadvantaged communities have endured for too long. It is our duty to ensure that every corner of this great city receives the services it deserves. We therefore cannot subscribe to a small-minded us-alone mentality that serves the interest of a few, neglecting the majority of our communities. We firmly believe that access to basic amenities, including uninterrupted electricity supply, is not a privilege but a fundamental right to our resident, as it is enshrined in our Constitution of the Republic. We reject any motion that fails to resonate with this principle. While we respect the democratic processes and the right of all parties to propose motions, we cannot support any motion that does not align with our commitment to effect positive change to all 135 wards of this beloved city. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to urge all councillors to consider the broader impact of any motion tabled before us.
Thank
Let
you,
us all...
Councillor. Is it Councillor Mwepi? Just hold on. There's a hand. Councillor Munyai.
Thanks, Speaker. I understand that the EFF will be rejecting this motion, but in the next council meeting,
Councillor Mwepi can proceed. Councillor, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, I would like to urge all councillors to consider the broader impact of any motion tabled before us. Let us not be swayed by narrow-minded content that does not reflect our commitment to social justice and equal service delivery to all. Together we can build a caring city that serves the interest of every resident. I therefore, Madam Speaker, for lack of inclusivity, the EFF reject this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ANC, Councillor Tabani. Is Councillor Tabani in the house? Okay. Okay, we're gonna move to MMC Squahila.
Thank you, Speaker of City of Johannesburg. Speaker, without any waste of time, I think the previous speaker would have outlined that our interest as a city is not based on one area of Johannesburg, but the whole entire city of Johannesburg. I will believe that all crises faced by people of Matoleville are faced by people of Alexander, Diepsloot, Ivory, and across the city. And I believe this motion should then be amended before it's brought to council. You can't speak about one area in Johannesburg. So this motion should be rejected, Speaker. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Bini, you can close the debate.
Thank you so much again, Speaker. Speaker of the Council, councillors, it is disheartening that we are sitting here calling ourselves a public representative at a cost over 500,000 rand per council meeting, while our people who are voted us are still battling with service delivery. We are drinking a bottle of water, eating a breakfast and lunch, and sometimes a dinner, but we are hardly past a motion that brings a dignity into our people. Speaker, we scramble over the minor issues, simple issues, instead of doing what we have been voted for. And we should be ashamed of ourselves as a councillors. Let's do the right thing and stop wasting taxpayers' money. We are the last hope of the people of Ward 127 Extension 4 Matolesville, Speaker. And I argue the councillors, can we please put our difference aside of the politics and vote this progressive poor motion? I thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, we are not going to vote on this progressive poor motion. Those that are in favor of the motion, those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can drop your hands. Thank you. You can lower your hand. You can lower your hands at the back if you can't hear me. It's fine. Thank you. Councillors that are not in favor of the motion, the noes, please raise your hands. The noes. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Councillors that are abstaining. Councillors abstaining? None. Thank you, councillors. The results as follows. The yeses, those in favor of the motions, 113, Those that are not in favor, 124, 124. The motion has therefore failed. We proceed to motion
Councillors,
7.
we are now on motion 7. Motion 7 is recommending City of Johannesburg Council to resolve on the following. A, the City of Johannesburg must purchase the church premises and use it as part of the city's facilities for economic development purposes.
Sorry, Secretary, there are two hands. Let me start with Councillor Lebatlang.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to raise a point of order according to the standing rules of council, rule number 92.1. The rule states that a motion is admissible if the matter is not pending before a court of law. Therefore, Speaker, as Action SA, we cannot allow that a motion that has been deemed inadmissible in a program committee, recorded on minutes, that it must be serving in a council meeting. Therefore, we are asking that, based on the recommendations given by legal, this motion must be struck off the agenda and council cannot continue debating this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The motion was approved to be here by programming committee. We shall proceed with the motion. Councillor Marema.
Speaker.
No, please, you made your point. I don't want you to interrupt me. No, there's no other point. Councillor Mbengwa? Councillor Marema? Councillor Marema, you can proceed. You can proceed.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Don't worry about Action SA, they're talking to themselves. You talk to me.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm rising. Speaker, I am, yeah.
Councillor Marema, you can pause, they can howl. I'm not going to recognize them. It's your time to speak. So when they finish howling, you will have an opportunity to speak.
No, thank you, Speaker. I think now I am good to go. I am rising because my councillors, both the proposer and the second, has indicated that they are in the gens. So I wanted to propose. They are here. No, they are here. They just have nature problems that all of us have. So can I suggest that we deal with that particular motion after we can pass that motion and deal with it later. That's what I'm proposing, Speaker. Thank you.
We can move to motion 8. Thank you, Secretary.
Councillors, motion 8 is
move to motion 8, please.
The 8th motion is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to resolve on the following: A, to conduct an audit on a number of all residential units and all businesses currently in existence in River Park, and B, gauge the power supply needs of all the residents and businesses in River Park, and C, conceptualize a proposal by way of plan to satisfactorily meet the power now needed in River Park, and D, report back to Council with a proposed plan to provide sufficient power to River Park to meet their current power supply demand.
Thank you, Secretary. The proposer, Councillor Howitz. Councillor Howitz, the proposer. Councillors, Mashaba is not here to lamulela you. I'm telling you we are proceeding with motion 8. Councillor Howitz, once they stop singing, you can proceed with motion 8. Thank you. We will be here all day until Mashaba comes, and Councillor Howitz can then proceed. Councillor Howitz, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my esteemed colleagues. If I may please have the floor. Thank you. Today, I am very proud to introduce my very first motion before this esteemed council. This is motion number 8 on today's agenda, all protocol observed. I'm first going to read the motion in its entirety because it's important that I do so. So in terms of Rule 94 sub 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council, I, Councillor Joanne Horwitz of the Democratic Alliance, wish to propose the following motion at the next council meeting to be held on or about 31st of October 2023. This motion is for an audit and report to be done into the number of residents illegally operating businesses from home, illegally built dwelling units, and commercial businesses in River Park, which is located in my ward, Ward 81, Region E. Noting that, as a result of the poor job market and the increasing cost of living, unemployed residents all over the city of Joburg have begun operating illegal businesses and have built a multiple of illegal dwelling units in their backyards to earn rental, understandably, yet ultimately unlawfully attempting to meet their most basic needs. The suburb of River Park is an exemplar of this phenomenon of pervasive illegality, with the abject failure of bylaw implementation by all entities tasked with their enforcement. The unavoidable result is that the power supply, which before was sufficient for the residents of River Park, is now wholly insufficient. During this past winter, there were substations, mini substations, and fuse boxes exploding through consistent overloading on an almost daily basis. Whilst all levels of government should facilitate entrepreneurs and small business activity, all such activity must be done on a legal basis so that all residents' rights are protected. Insofar as the city of Joburg are wholly unable to maintain law and order through the implementation of their bylaws, we must then take responsibility for the resultant situation wherein the supply of electricity to an area has become unstable and wholly insufficient. The Democratic Alliance's beliefs are that the city of Joburg should be a city that is caring and inclusive and should seek to enable residents to meet at least their most basic survival needs lawfully. The prevalence of illegal income generation means there is now an unstable and wholly insufficient power supply which deprives residents living within the bounds of the laws of the land of the basic comforts of hot water, hot food, and electricity to pursue a variety of other activities. It is on the above basis that the Democratic Alliance wished to request that a task team be formed by relevant portfolios such as EISD, Economic Development,
30
and Development
seconds.
Planning to conduct an audit of the power supply needs of all the residents and all businesses of River Park. And it has hence our recommendations as per the agenda A through D. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, motion 8 as tabled by Councillor Horwitz. Is it agreed to? I will now call the seconder, Councillor Rambani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Over the course of the last two winter seasons, River Park and surrounding suburb of Lombardy East, Lombardy West, Rembrandt Park, and Rembrandt Ridge have been consistently and increasingly besieged by power outages caused not only from load shedding, but also from dramatically increased usages. Substations have been exploding literally left and right due to overloading time and time again. It is also not unusual that there are 2 or even 3 substations out of service at the same time as they have exploded and they've been burnt out. This means all 3 faces of River Park and nearby streets of surrounding suburbs are being left powerless for a long period of time over
and above load shedding. City power infrastructure is badly in need of being upgraded to meet the consistently increasing demand for electricity now being made. It is an indictment on the poorly run office by City Power in charge of electricity. The situation has been allowed to reach those disastrous proportions. Residents are at a loss as to why their increasingly more desperate pleas of failing on deaf ears. Additionally, countless requests have also been made by Councillor Howitz of City Power time after time. City Power has been asked to provide additional electricity to River Park and surrounding suburbs, yet this situation persists. I pointed out that it is particularly in winter when the situation reaches the height of instability. However, this is a problem at all times. Already, even though it is supposedly summer, there are still many outages taking place. This is because of the underlying situation at hand and the basis of the motion, which is underpinned by at least 4 legs. The first leg, we are experiencing the most disastrously low-performing economy since we became a democratic country. This has been caused, as we know, by poor governance, corruption, deployment of connected people into jobs they are ill-suited for, and economic development policies that have been shown not to work the world over. The second leg, linked, of course, by the first leg of mounting unemployment as businesses struggle to maintain a sufficient income stream to enable them to employ people and having to let people go to keep their business afloat for the greater good. The third leg, linked, of course, to the 2 legs I have just spoken about, being breadwinners, having to make a plan B and building backyard dwelling, most of which are being illegally built, and on an increasingly number of entrepreneurs launching home-based businesses. The fourth leg, the complete and utter lack of bylaw implementation and insufficient number of inspectors allowed to do as they please without any punitive repercussion. The result is that the number of both legal and illegal businesses in River Park and surrounding suburbs has over time mushroomed exponentially, and this situation is putting increasingly pressure on the availability of electricity to all of River Park and surrounding suburbs. Crucial infrastructure such as world-class River Park Clinic and River Park Library are also badly affected, with nurses not being able to provide their patients with the health services they so badly need. The students are unable to do the research and study, which is so important for getting this kind of grades that can improve their life situation. Businesses providing services such as accommodations, spaza shops, prepaid services outlets, mini supermarkets, pubs and shebeens, fast food outlets and restaurants, as well as laundries providing washing and ironing, amongst others, prevail. So, how did this dire situation come about, given what I noted in my above listed points? In the first instance, River Park was built decades ago with a certain number of residents to be provided for. Now, however, the number of residents in River Park has grown by leaps and bounds. There are now a very large number of backyard dwellings, paving the way for unforeseen explosion in the number of residents. Secondly, there's the issue of K206 flats. This is the Gauteng province mess up of huge proportion. Some time ago, just before province finished building those flats, they were allowed to be illegally occupied. Now, between the provincial and the local government playing past the buck, K206 has been left to make do without being provided with even free basic electricity necessary to provide basic services. The amount of free basic electricity is 50 kilowatts per household per month, which is at least enough to provide basic lighting, water heating, ironing, and others. Yes, because of the utter disregard of residents and businesses of River Park and surrounding suburbs, there are ongoing illegal connections being made. All those illegal connections have a knock-on effect at the stability of the power grid and
30
electricity being
seconds.
provided to those who are connected legally. From the above, it is abundantly clear that there's critical need to provide more electricity and for the electricity to be stable. We desperately need to count the number of residential dwellings and number of businesses. Both myself and Councillor Howiz and the residents of River Park surrounding suburbs have frequently
Time is
requested
up.
additional electricity.
Time is up. Thank you. Action essay, Councillor Neft.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the fabulous 44 and our caucus leader, Nabutle. All protocols observed. Action Access point of view on the motion is that although we have to mitigate where our entities are failing to provide, we just don't agree in the method that is being used. And what we mean by this is that even though we might conduct an audit on all the businesses and that, if we don't make provisions for them to become legal, we're going to sit with the same problem. And if we do not address that part, even if we ask our MMCs to work together without clear instructions of what we expect from our MMCs, there's no guarantee the end result will be what we propose the motion for. So what Action SA would like is that we do not stifle business, we do not stop the income that our residents are getting from the use. What we do propose is that the city goes out and makes an effort to legalize all these businesses and assist the businesses to become legal. And part of this process from the development planning is to then engage with the entities that would service these businesses and then put us in a position as a city to get extra revenue from legalizing this. A big problem for us is that our residents are not fully aware of what our bylaws require. So we do support the idea that we need to know what the power needs are, but we need to assist the residents to understand how they can help us help them. So in the current form, Action SA does not support this motion. We would like a few things that we needed to add to this to be more clearer and to provide a solution to not just this ward and River Park, to the whole of the city where this problem is prevalent. But we do empathize with the residents of River Park and their ongoing power problems. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Mkasi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings again to the EFF caucus led by our caucus leader, Councillor Raserute. Fellow councillors and City of Johannesburg residents, receive our revolutionary greetings. Speaker, we note this proposed motion where the proposers have already concluded that there are illegal businesses that are operating an illegal dwelling at River Park, Ward 81, Region E. As the EFF, we believe that it is inappropriate for the proposer to conclude about illegality without considering the fact that there was no formal inspection that took place by law enforcement or institution which have mandate to do so. The assumption that made in this motion can be debated in this House. As the EFF, we have strong belief that those issues written here have to be addressed with the building control inspectors for them to undertake formal inspection at said area. Speaker, I think we need to acknowledge also the work done by the MMC of Public Safety, Councillor Dr. Mgini Twaku, who was leading from the front when Zamazamas was terrorizing our communities. We have no time to negotiate with criminals. A criminal is a criminal. We don't care about their nationality. MMC, you are again seen conducting inspections at spaza shops. It must not end there. Visit also malls. There is expired food there. Speaker, the mentioned above MMC is the deployee of the EFF. So the elections action must refrain from saying things that they don't understand. The EFF remain the only organization that do exactly what we say we'll do. We don't go around telling people things that we can't do for the sake of elections. On the basis mentioned above, we therefore reject this motion. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Makamu.
Speaker, I'm not speaking to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. MMC Squaila.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Once again, greetings to you, EM, leader of caucus, all MMC and all councillors sitting present. Speaker, I think we mustn't politic around disparities of our own people on the ground. Whether pro-poor or not, we all know where that ideology belongs. But it doesn't belong on the right. It belongs to those in the pro-left, politically. But I'm saying, Speaker, though we agree that there are illegal connections happening across the city, from all this information, but there are laws of this country that must be adhered to. If there are informal settlements happening across where there's no proclamation by province, we all know that the city can provide formal services, whether by water, electricity, to such. There shall be an adverse finding by AG with regard to that. I think this motion is premature. Let's province deal with certain particular matters first, and we shall then revisit this motion. This motion must be currently rejected as it is. Thanks very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Howells, you can close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and fellow debaters. I think it's important to understand that whilst my motion speaks to illegal backyard dwellings and illegal businesses, that is not the focus. It is merely a symptom. The notion is, first of all, to deal with the terrible situation that River Park residents and surrounding suburb residents are in. There is constant outages going on, and that affects their safety and security. So MMC Sequela, in the first instance, we are not targeting illegality per se. We will rather address that in a subsequent motion whereby we will be requesting this council to approve a plan to assist illegal dwellings, for example, and illegal businesses to become legal. We believe in the rule of law, and we believe that that is largely lacking, and we need to do something about that. So this is a step in that direction, but it's really just the start of the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howitz. Councillors, those that are in favor of the motion, those that are the yeses, kindly raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can lower your hands. You can lower your hands. Thank you, councillors at the back. Councillors that are in favor, yeses? No, not in favor. I need my coffee. Councillors that are not in favor, the noes, please raise your hands. Thank you. Did they count you? You counted the councillor that just walked in? Councillors, if you walk in, you will not be counted because this is voting time. We're dealing with motions and we need you posted at your desks. Please put down your hands. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Thank you. They've finished counting. You can lower your hands. Thank you. Councillors that are abstaining. Councillors that are abstaining. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors, thank you very much. The results as follows. The yeses, those in favor of the motion, 71. Councillors that are not in favor, the noes, 122. Abstaining, 39. The motion has therefore failed. Thank you. We'll now proceed to motion 9.
Councillors, motion 9 recommending City of Johannesburg Council to do the following. A, that the city procure at least 2 JetVac trucks in each financial year, starting from the 2024-25 budget cycle. And B, that city submit a list of all curb inlets and storm drains per region and report on how often do they unblock them in preparation for the rainy season.
Proposer, Councillor Marema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me start by acknowledging the leader of caucus of the African National Congress, the mayor and the executive committee, all protocol observed. I, Councillor Adolf Marema, rise to table the following motion in terms of the standing rules and orders of council, noting that municipality must strive within its financial and administrative capacity to achieve the object set out in section 153, subsection 1 of the Constitution. One which clearly states that a municipality must structure and manage its administration, budgeting and planning processes to give priority to the basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of the community. The city of Johannesburg in Region E is estimated to have around 5,000 KIs and stormwater drains. The whole city of Johannesburg could have quadrupled the estimated number of these drains and having only one JetVac truck servicing the entire city, and this has a ripple effect on road infrastructure in the city of Johannesburg. Additional to the problems are climate change issues that are constant flooding and population growth in the city of Johannesburg. It is against the said subsections of the Constitution of South Africa that I move to table a motion for Johannesburg Road Agency to procure a JetVac at each depot in the city of Johannesburg. As we speak, the city only have one jetting truck which services the entire city. Procuring JetVac trucks for each depot would enable the thorough cleaning of our stormwater drainage systems. There has been a continuous community outcry of blocked stormwater drainages and KIs causing flooding each time during rainy seasons. Studies suggest that over the past years that the city of Johannesburg has received a lot of complaints in relation to drain blockages, road erosions and bursting of water pipes. Not only do these have an effect in the communities, but they put pressure in the city's budget for maintenance. As the adage says, prevention is better than cure. It's essential in reducing the city's road infrastructure's problem. The city needs to invest in the maintenance of these drains to prevent the continuous reparation of road and drain blockages that takes months to fix. I therefore recommend that council resolves that the city procure at least 2 JetVex trucks in each financial year starting from year 2024-2025 budget cycle. That the city submit a list of all cab inlets and storm drains per region and a report on how often do they unblock them in preparation for rainy seasons. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, motion 9 is tabled. Is the motion agreed to? I will call the seconder, Councillor Francisco.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by greeting the leader of the African National Congress, MMC Dada Murero. I'd also like to greet the mayor of council. Let me also greet the city manager, Mr. Brink, officials. Also greet the whip of council, Mr. Zungu, Councillor Zungu, the MMC's fellow councillors, residents of the city of Johannesburg. I greet you all. I've seen the secretary of the region of the ANC up there, Mr. Mangani. We are also greeted. Thank you very much. I, Deborah Francisco, love to second the motion as proposed by Councillor Marema. Really, indeed, we are not happy with the situation that we are living in Alexander. We can't wait for weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months without getting services. The community out there in Alexander, they are walking in the river, the streets full of water due to this block, storm water drainage. We are appealing to the MMC of JRA, Ubabu Lokuza. MMC Gunene, please, can you please intervene in Alexander? This one jet machine that works throughout the city of Johannesburg, I don't think, Guti, it's right. We are appealing to you, bring more jet machine. Bring more jet machine. I think Alexander needs its own jet machine. We can't wait for jet machine while it's still working in Soweto. We don't know how long it's going to take there. Also to wait for jet machine somewhere in Diepsloot there. People in Alexander are suffering. Those drains that are blocked or storm waters that are blocked needs to be unblocked. Now we've been given a roster that this week or these 2 days, the jet machine is going to come to your place. I'm still waiting for that jet machine. Till today, the jet machine is not there. So, in that words, please, 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 this is an appeal that, yes, I did second the motion. I've said I second the motion proposed by Councillor Marema. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I'm just going to appeal. I know we are a bit edgy. I've had requests for a body break and coffee. Let's finish this motion. I'll give you 10 minutes to have coffee. So let's just finish this motion with quietness. So don't bombard me with requests for body break anymore. Okay, EFF, Councillor Baloyi. Councillor Baloyi.
Greeting to Speaker, all councillors representing an African child. As economic freedom fighters, we stand together and we fully support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MMC Kunene.
Madam Speaker, let me greet you again. Let me also greet all the chief whips, starting with the chief whip of the Patriotic Alliance, the chief whips of the GLU. But let me also, Madam Speaker, not discriminate and do the chief whips of the opposition a favor and also greet them. Madam Speaker, I am very excited by the motion of Councillor V.A. Marema, supported and seconded by Councillor Francisco. Madam Speaker, at JRA, we have already started with interventions to prepare for the rainy season. Some of you would have seen that there's a communication, a flyer that went out that gives the cell numbers for all the regions for people who are on standby in case of flooding. That is how serious we take the problem of flooding. Alexandra forms part of our ITP, and having been deployed by the mayor to do oversight on service delivery in Region E, we have held meetings with the regional directors and some of the entities and departments, and I will be going with Councillor Sikwaila, MMC Sikwaila, to Alexandra, where we are going to do an operation that involves Joburg Water and JRA, as we need to work together to address the issues of road infrastructure there and stormwater. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I agree with Councillor Marema that we need jetvacs. Unfortunately, we don't have enough money to procure as many jetvacs as we would love to. We are in the process now, the administration is in the process of even renting jetvacs, so that whilst we are not able to purchase, we can be able to assist our citizens by renting these jetvacs so that we can unblock the KIs. You will see that there's also a program that will be coming where we will be doing with the KIs. They have already started unblocking. Yes, it is true we only have one jetvac, but as I'm saying, we are renting more so that we can be able to do more with the little that we have. But I'm excited and I support this particular motion because everything that they have said is what we are actually saying, that we actually need 1 or 2 jetvacs per region for us to be able to do proper maintenance. Madam Speaker, Your Highness and Your Honor, we invite you, Madam Speaker, and we will have a chair that is similar to the one that you are sitting on, to the 10th anniversary of the Patriotic Alliance at Orlando Stadium in Soweto, a packed Orlando Stadium, on the 25th of November 2023. We even invite those that are sitting around you so that they can sit around you on our stage, Madam Speaker. We are also inviting all the councillors that are in this house to join us as we celebrate this decade of existence. Madam Speaker, you will not be disappointed by the event itself. Madam Speaker, we are also calling on the criminal Hamas to release all the hostages so that we can be able to fast-track the ceasefire. Madam Speaker, protect me. Release the hostages. Release the hostages. Release the hostages. Release.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, MMC. Your invite is well received. Proposer, Councillor Marema, you can close the debate.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We, the children of a lesser God, we support Palestine. And in that breath and note, we say our freedom in South Africa is not and it will never be enough for as long as the Palestinians are not free. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! I therefore request counsel to support the motion. Free Palestine.
Thank you, councillors. Those that are in favor of the motion, the yeses in favor of motion 9, kindly raise your hands. Councillors that are standing out there, we are voting. Councillors that are chit-chatting around the heater, we are voting. Yes. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. The noes, those that are not in favor of the motion, the noes, please raise your hands. The noes. 2. Thank you. Noted 2. Those that are abstaining from the vote, abstentions, thank you. Councillors, yes, you can put down your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The results are as follows. Yeses, 164. No, 2. Abstaining, 66. The motion has therefore passed. Thank you, councillors. I was told you only need 5 minutes to grab coffee. Just 5 minutes, it's being served now. You don't need it. There are those that need it. Okay, we'll proceed with motion 10. Let's proceed.
Councillors, motion 10. The motion recommending the City of Johannesburg Municipality to approve the write-offs, taking into account full consideration of all applicable legislation and provisions governing this process.
Proposer, Councillor Pond. Councillors, you are really walking around and all over the place. Do you need the 5 minutes or not? Okay, then let's settle down. I'm waiting for all the MMCs around the table to sit down. Yes, Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Speaker. Even though we're not taking a break, maybe we can get some energy because South Africa just beat New Zealand.
Yay! Thank you for that. On that note, I need to relieve myself. I'll take the 2 minutes. Councillors, please come back. Councillors, can we resume? Councillors, kindly come back, take your seat. We need to now resume with council. Councillor Zita.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you. Speaker, as the EFF, we are asking for elevation for item 1, item 2, item 3, and item 4 before the motions.
We are already in the motions, so we can't elevate those items. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, councillors. We are now ready to begin. Motion 10. Please proceed.
Councillors, motion 10, motion recommending the City of Johannesburg Municipality Council to approve the write-offs, taking into full consideration all the applicable legislations and provisions governing this process.
Councillors, please sit down. We are about to call the proposer of the motion. Councillor Ponsobi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me firstly acknowledge God in this house and our caucus leader, MMC Kenny Kunene, our chief whip, Peter Rafferty, the PA councillors and my colleagues, the councillors in this House at large. I, Councillor Dwayne Ponsonby from the PA, hereby propose a motion in accordance with the standing rules and orders of the Council for the complete write-off of municipal arrears that would be considered as prescribed for residential properties valued at less than R1 million. Observing that, the Patriotic Alliance acknowledges that given the current financial and employment crisis in our municipality, it is plausible that most residents will ever be able to settle their historical debt. Our outstanding debtors balance currently exceeds R47 billion with virtually no prospects of recovery. The recent debt rehabilitation process, marked by conflicting messages from certain community organizations, has created confusion and deterred many residents from applying, despite numerous requests. The Finance Department has not issued a statement clarifying the court instruction to pursue mediation. We are of the opinion that this proposed write-off could offer residents a fresh start and encourage a renewed culture of timely payments. Additionally, we request the installation of both water and electricity prepaid meters by the city to prevent further arrears. The existing ESP program will provide essential support to the most vulnerable members of our community. Believing that the initiative will contribute to increased revenue collection and the resolution of the substantial number of outstanding account queries. Upon the acceptance of this motion, ward councillors must conduct community meetings to secure residents' support for the implementation of water and electricity meters. Therefore, we recommend that the council approve the write-off, taking into consideration the full and all applicable laws provisions governing this process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ponsonby. Councillor Ponsonby, I'm sure you're aware of the amendment to the motion. Can Councillor Netemba table the amendment?
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Spetlele Rasiruta, and not forgetting the 29th Battalion of the EFF, and not forgetting the progressive MMC of the EFF, Dr. Mgcini Twaku and Eni Makafula. In terms of Rule 96, in order of council, I, Councillor Netemba Rushdufazwa, would like to make an amendment to this motion by Councillor Bonzobi, seconded by Councillor J. Kaldin, as follows. Recommendation. The council should authorize the written off of this debt solely for indigent individuals currently registered on the city's ESP database and those dependent on SASSA grant. Number 2, debt written off should be conducted every 6 months to accommodate individuals in the process of applying for ESP and SASSA grant. I thank you.
Councillors, the motion as amended has been tabled. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you. I will now call the seconder, Councillor Kaldin.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Joanna Kaldin, second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mtembu, action essay.
I would like to withdraw my speech, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Freedom Front, Councillor Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow councillors, good day. The Freedom Front has got a sympathetic heart towards the poor, the unemployed, and the people really suffering. However, having said that, we cannot support this motion for a blanket write-off of the debt of the poorest of the poor. The city is already helping our people with a 300,000 rebate on the basic value of their properties. The people are getting a 6,000 liters water for free. We've got an extended social package program where we help the poorest of the poor as well. If we do a blanket write-off of all outstanding debt of people owing properties of less than 1 million, this is going to put a precedent which we cannot afford to do. The city cannot function without having money available. We had a debt rehabilitation program which ended in June last year. Only 21,000 people applied there and only 4,000 accounts were written off. We do support a new debt rehabilitation program for the poorest people, only for debt older than 90 days to be written off, subject to the payment of the current bills. Unfortunately, we cannot install prepaid water meters for all our residents. It's only available for a certain group of people. So we cannot write off the debt and then put everybody on prepaid water. It's not possible at this point of time. So we suggest that this motion comes back with a new debt rehabilitation program with basic terms and conditions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. EFF, Councillor Sierrani.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF 29 battalions, led by Sepetlele Raserute. Speaker, EFF is and will always be in a good side of history. I will mention at least 3 countries that are also in the good side of history, which is Russia, North Korea, and Palestine. In the Bible, James 3, verse 1 to 2, it says, "Not many of you should become teachers, my brothers, for you know that we who teach will be judged with greater strictness. So not all of you in this council should be teachers, no priests, no scholars. Leaders allowed to be led by teachers. They don't follow propaganda. They can never be bored or miss the truth. Let me teach you, my learned friend. Israel was officially established May 14, 1948 by Harry S. Truman. But all this started around 1945. And in May 1946, they approved to take 100,000 displaced Jews into Palestine. November 29, 1947, the UN adopted Resolution 181 to partition Palestine into 2. Why Israel was created? To counter the Soviet Union in Arab countries using Zionists, and also to house Jews because they felt guilty that they did nothing when Hitler massacred Jews. They wanted to cast a shadow over the motherhood and righteousness of Russia. If Israel is so noble or have high moral principle, why is Israel supported by people who are murderers? Trump, who killed Soleimani and his troops, support Israel. Belgium, which killed more than 2 million Africans in Congo, which also cut hands of kids, is supporting Israel. Hillary and Bill Clinton, which killed more than millions of Somalians and Libyans and Rwandans combined, including Muammar Gaddafi, support Israel. To my beautiful speaker, don't make warmongers to feed us with lies. Tomorrow, when they want South Africa, they will say they'll rename South Africa to Canaan. They will tell us that Gauteng is Canaan. So, and what amazes me is that people usually quote Mandela. They say Mandela is their role model. And Mandela, I quote, he said, "Our freedom is not complete without the freedom of Palestinians." Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Speaker, Hamas is like MK and Apla. Whites killed millions of blacks and Apla bombed the restaurant. I don't know how many whites died, maybe 2. So you won't condemn 2 lives without first condemning people who were killed, without condemning people who killed millions of blacks in their homeland. Go to history book and check how many Palestinians died in the hands of settlers. So as EFF, we are for the marginalized. Hence, we support the motion by Ponso B. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Siarani. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda, the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, leaders of political parties. Let me take this opportunity to respond. Perhaps first and foremost, Madam Speaker, acknowledge some of the comments, especially raised by Councillor Boer, that indeed the department will therefore be seized with the task to try and analyze the motion as presented to find ways of effecting the motion. It is our responsibility indeed to conduct a proper analysis and also acknowledge that in fact once registered on ESP, you are almost qualifying for rebates in the city of Johannesburg. So we do acknowledge the motion, and we don't think that we will experience problems in implementation of the motion. It is also important, Madam Speaker, that I also join the chorus as all South African citizens, and South Africa as a country has echoed today the United Nations General Assembly's resolution that called for an immediate ceasefire and the immediate opening of humanitarian corridor to provide food, medical supplies, and fuel in Gaza. South Africa also calls on the United Nations to deploy a rapid protection force to protect the civilian population from further bombardment. Lastly, Madam Speaker, there's sometimes a conflation between the land of Israel, as mentioned in the Bible, with the modern apartheid state of Israel, created in 1948, of course at the expense of the indigenous Palestinians. There is also a confusion between the Israelis of the Bible with the Israelis of the modern apartheid state of Israel. We must not make a mistake, Madam Speaker. We must not make this mistake. Palestinian Christians, descendants of the first followers of Christ, insist that they, together with all Palestinians, share the same sufferings under the Israeli apartheid state. Basically, Palestinians are not persecuted, Madam Speaker, because they are Muslims.
Please hold on. There's a hand. Councillor H.S. Njugo, what do you rise for?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to call a point of order on the MMC. We are dealing with a finance issue that has to do with the issues in Johannesburg. I would like to... Am I protected, Madam Speaker? Am I protected?
Let them finish howling, then you can speak. Thank you, Councillor H.S.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, As I was saying, there's a lot of challenges in the city of Johannesburg.
But what is the point of order?
The point of order is that the item has to do with the people of Johannesburg.
That's not a point of order. Thank you.
The
Thank you,
MMC
Councillor.
must stick to the item.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we agreed in this house that we debate as we wish. So let's not deviate from that. MMC, you've got 1 minute. Can you close?
Basically, Madam Speaker, Palestinians are not persecuted because they are Muslims or Christians, but because they are Palestinians. I thought I should underscore that point. Important to explain, Madam Speaker, that the Israel in the Bible is not the same as the current apartheid state of Israel. And therefore, as South Africans, we must always make a distinction. In so saying, Madam Speaker, I do note and acknowledge the motion to effect write-offs in relation to those that are on ESP and those that are on SASSA grants. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Netamba, you can close the debate for us. He made the amendment, he must close the debate.
Thank you all. The debate is closed. Free, free Palestine!
Councillor Ponsobi, you should close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's just something I want to say to this House. If we all could use the tenacity and the drive that we now have for Palestine and Israel to save our very own people out of the war of poverty, the war of unemployment, the war of no opportunities, we will win society over tomorrow. So councillors, let us use the same fight that you are fighting for Palestine and for Israel today and apply it to our wards, apply it to our communities, and apply it to our people. They deserve this write-off. They deserve everything that is coming to them. It is disturbing that we are pushing this thing around in council and we are losing our own. Let us start winning our own people back. Let us create opportunities, and therefore we ask council to approve the motion with the amendments. Salute!
Thank you, councillors. Councillors that are in favor of the motion, the yeses, kindly raise your hands. If there are councillors that are outside, please do call them, check your caucuses, raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Councillors that are not in favor, the noes, not in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. Councillors not in favor. At the back as well. It's fine. Thank you very much. 5. Councillors that are abstaining. Councillors abstaining from the vote. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can lower your hands. Thank you, councillors. Thank you very much. The results as follows. Those in favor of the motion, the yeses, 166, 166. The noes, those that are not in favor of the motion, 5. Abstaining, 63, 63. The motion has therefore passed. Thank you.
Councillors, we proceed with motion 11, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council, in line with the mayoral priorities, that a collaborated portfolio or entity oversight visit within the current financial year initiated the process of restoring the dignity of elderly people in safe environments.
Thank you. Proposer, Councillor Kotrias.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Marcel Coutreras from the fantabulous, take note, fantabulous Action SA, table a motion recommending for full audit investigation into the current occupation of the City of Johannesburg owned old age retirement or retirement villages throughout the City of Johannesburg, and this is done in terms of Standing Rule 89(2) of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Speaker, we note that in this motion, the admission to retirement villages and old age homes facilities require that elderly South African citizens meet the following admission requirements. They need to be in need of full-time attendance, 60 years or older and destitute. They need to be South African citizens, and they need to receive an old age grant or pension fund. Speaker, it is a known fact that many of the units in these old age homes or retirement villages are occupied by individuals that do not meet the admission requirements, while individuals who do meet these requirements are desperately in need of a safe environment and are literally left out in the cold. To demonstrate the seriousness of the above, the city's ombudsman has taken it upon themselves to investigate the conditions faced by elderly citizens at these old age homes or retirement villages. In August 2022, the Ombudsman visited the Euphuiswoord Old Age Home in West Dean in Region B, and one of the many complaints raised was the challenge with illegal occupants living in the old age homes, in that old age home and retirement villages that victimize them. Speaker, as Action SA, we believe that all elderly South African citizens have the right to live a life of dignity in a safe environment, free of victimization and intimidation, as defined in Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa's Bill of Rights, which enshrines the right of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. And this is read together with Article 2A and B of the Older Persons Act, Act 13 of 2006, with the objective of maintaining and promoting the status, well-being, safety, and security of older people, as well as maintain and protecting the rights of older persons. Madam Speaker, we therefore request as Action SA that Council resolves the following. And this is in line with the mayoral priorities. We request that a collaborated portfolio or entity oversight visit within the current financial year is initiated in the process of restoring the dignity of our elderly people in a safe environment by, one, investigating the current admission irregularities that is happening across all City of Johannesburg-owned old age retirement villages, and two, a collaborated portfolio or entity oversight visit to known old age or retirement villages where the elderly are living in abject living conditions with no realistic and tangible security to protect them against these illegal tenants that victimize and intimidates the elderly into silence. And Speaker, we request that this be done within 100 days. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cotrias. Councillors, you've heard the motion as tabled, motion 11. Is the motion agreed to? I will now call the seconder, Councillor Liebenberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Esme Liebenberg, hereby second the motion for the recommending of a full audit investigation into the current occupation of City of Johannesburg-owned old age homes and retirement villages throughout the City of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus withdraw our speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sherman, the Democratic Alliance.
Good day, Madam Speaker. I'd like to greet our caucus leader, Councillor Belinda Echonzunjoko, and all my fellow Democratic Alliance colleagues. Madam Speaker, as ward councillor for the said area and the specific retirement home in question, I was indeed present on the day the Ombudsman visited this facility. This notwithstanding the fact that over months and probably years of writing letters raising these very same issues at the Section 79, with the Section 79 committee, it now has come to these motions to get service delivery, and this is indeed a sad day in this GLU administration. Motions to get service delivery. Madam Speaker, let me enlighten this House on the reality of the tenants of your facility. I've been called on many occasions by hysterical residents to assist where these vulnerable people were terrorized by these illegal occupants. As an example, where a tenant, I'll dub him Harry for now, chased one of these illegal occupants and culprit with a panga as he has stolen Harry's garden chair. We can all imagine the trauma. I had to arrange psychological therapy for a couple because the husband shot and killed an intruder in self-defense by an illegal occupant. One of the tenants, a 90-year-old, struggling with a lung disease because he was living in a waterlogged damp unit for years, while finally assisted by a private individual to fix the plumbing. I'm throwing this in just to indicate the dire state of these facilities. Madam Speaker, the sad reality is that whether it is a question or questions to council or motions, this also will be yet another futile attempt to get this city and its GLU to do right by most of our vulnerable in our society, which is also supposed to be their twilight years. I will, however, be brave enough to appeal to the better nature and conscience, especially to those no's who would probably have it. And the powers that be to remember, until the fountain of youth is discovered, getting old is everyone's destiny. And I would like to end with the following. What you sow, you will indeed reap. And I'll qualify this by saying, life in general has this, a time to sow and a time to harvest. So in this instance, Madam Speaker, I trust that there will be justice for those who have trust in you based on the fact that they occupy your facility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sherman. EFF, Councillor Mufokeng.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF caucus. Special greetings go straight to our MMC, Councillor Enima Kafola and Dr. Choaku. And greetings to other councillors. The motion raised by Contreras, it's supposed to be carried out by Section 79 of GOD and Social Development. Section 79 committee has given a mandate to develop and monitor the implementation of procedures and rules of the effective functioning of the committees of council, which is also include, among other things, oversight visit. So as the EFF, we're asking that the matter be sent back to the relevant committee. I don't know why a councillor Contreras undermining the Section 79 committees. So as the EFF, we reject this motion. Thank you. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Thank you, Councillor Mufokeng. MMC Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Speaker of Council, the Chief Whip of Council, the PA Caucus Leader, MMC Kenny Kuneni, and our PA Whip, Councillor Peter Rafferty, all MMCs and fellow councillors present. Since I stepped into the role of being the MMC for Human Settlements, the matter of how the retirement homes are being managed was one of the first things that jumped out at me and my team, It is something that we have been working on every week to gain more information on it and to resolve some of the most obvious and pressing issues and problems. The Donovan MacDonald Retirement Village, one of the largest in the city, for example, serves as one example. We were faced with reports of some inhabitants at the facility not being elderly, of long outstanding maintenance issues, and of some elderly residents being intimidated by younger occupants. The latter was improved through ensuring that the provision of security was improved. Human Settlements is also currently working with Joshco through its panel to appoint contractors to do some of the most pressing repair and maintenance work. It's a clear indication that this area was largely neglected and not a priority in the previous dispensation. And this is part reason as to why we are currently sitting with a huge deficit and backlog in maintenance and repairs of these facilities. Curiously, a catering business was being run from Donovan MacDonald out of the facility's kitchen, and the hall was being used for private functions without a contract with the city. We put a stop to that and will be regularizing the use of the site and other city-owned facilities under my watch. We are also aware of the empty units at some facilities that can be allocated, though some maintenance and repair work will also be needed. For Heritage Month, I led a program at the Rivoli Retirement Village where we launched a vegetable garden with the residents. We listened to all their concerns, but it is obvious that the elderly residents sometimes also have younger people, such as family members, staying with them out of choice, not just because they are being intimidated, even if it's just temporarily. The buildup of the maintenance backlog across the numerous retirement villages in the city has taken place over several years, with one suggestion from this very council a few years ago already to move these facilities to the Department of Social Development. However, there appears to have been a reluctance to receive these facilities due to one estimate by Social Development putting the cost of repairs and maintenance to an old age home as high as 1 billion. We do not believe that the cost is as high as that, but it does put in perspective that the overall challenge is not minor by any means. A general context to the old age facilities must be recognized, and that is that no new facilities have been built in the democratic era. The priority and emphasis has been on building RDPs, social housing, affordable rentals, and other housing solutions. The RDPs are in any case nowadays mostly given to the elderly due to the long waiting list for allocations and the backlog being so large. There is no current legal framework, business case, or funding model that I know of that can be used to build new retirement facilities in our city to meet the growing demand for public sector retirement solutions. I personally think this is a shame, since RDPs, and particularly the new walk-up complexes, are not meant to be the solution for the elderly and their needs, and RDPs will never be able to provide all the solutions. It may be time to consider looking into bringing NGOs or the private sector on board as a partner to assist us in running some of these facilities, and perhaps providing much-needed new ones. I say the above as context to the proposer of the motion, that regardless of whether this motion succeeds today or not, my office has already concluded a need to investigate the admission irregularities alluded to do another audit of all facilities for the elderly, who is living in each unit and what their living conditions are, along with dealing with the related challenges. Based on the above stated, I do not support this motion as it's already in process. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Kotrios, you can close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and fellow colleagues. Madam Speaker, on the 17th of December 1998, our esteemed leader, Nelson Mandela, wrote, and yes, Councillor Marema, I quote, "A society that does not value its older people denies its roots and endangers its future." Madam Speaker, I ask this House that we bear this in mind as we discuss and deliberate on how we are going to vote. It's a simple process. Abide by the conditions and requirements relating to admissibility, wait your turn, and be placed in a home or a village. Yet we all know that to bypass the waiting list or to be placed in a specific home in a specific area, money has to be exchanged. MMC. Action as SA even went as far as to engage GFIS with the issue of bribery that ensures a placement at a home. In fact, the last figure that we heard of was 30,000 rand. GFIS is now toothless, and the investigation is by the wayside. Some of these residents, Madam Speaker, in the retirement homes do not even come from Gauteng. I personally know of residents that are from KwaZulu-Natal and did not even complete the application. Colleagues, this is not a one-person operation that is extorting the elderly. This is a syndicate.
30 seconds.
A pensioners mafia. This is how our society values its older people. Madam Speaker, I reiterate my plea to our council, and I sincerely hope that it is accepted by all our colleagues and that we pass this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, those in favor of motion 11, the yeses, kindly raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. Councillors that are not in favor of the motion, the noes, please raise your hands. The noes. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors, thank you. Put down your hands. Those that are abstaining from the vote, councillors that are abstaining, please raise your hands. None. Thank you. Councillors, the results as follows. The yeses, those in favor, 109, 109. The noes, those that are not in favor, 124, 124. Abstentions, 0. The motion has therefore failed. The next motion, 7. Yes, Councillor Zita. Councillors, please, can we keep it down? Councillor Zita.
Thank you again, Speaker. Greetings to you. Good evening. Speaker, I'm coming again with item number 5 that was deferred. That can it please be elevated before item number 7?
Which item 5 that was deferred? We are dealing with motions, Councillor Zita, as I said to you before we could.
And then this one was deferred.
Which
Speaker.
one was deferred?
The motion.
There was no motion 5 that was deferred. It passed.
Where are we now?
Okay, can we proceed with motion 7, please? Yes, Councillor Cotrius. Councillor Christians. Late in the day.
It's the new South Africa. We get renamed all the time. It's not a problem, Speaker. Speaker, when you call for this motion, both the proposer and seconder were not here. That means the motion falls away in terms of the rules of order. Can you please advise under what rule are you bringing this motion back? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Marema.
No, man, thank you very much, Speaker. I would like Councillor Christian to read rules properly. Verbatim, not what he is adding on the rules that are not there. Thank you.
It's fine, we will educate him. We're just getting the rule, thank you. Councillor Zita, what is it?
Motion number 7. I don't know if you can actually double check. It was deferred. And then I'm saying, before we go back to that motion, can we please elevate to item number 5, recommendation to cancel for those items there? That's what I'm asking.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we're going to proceed. Councillor Christians, the councillors are not absent from council. I think it's your interpretation of the rules. Councillor Marema asked that they are in the bathroom. Can we then move to the next motion? So they were back in the house, we'll proceed with motion 7. Thank you. You can interpret the rules and you will expect your letter. Thank you. Can we proceed with motion 7? We cannot defer it, Councillor Zita, because we are still on the item called motions. We must close it before we move to another item. Thank you.
Councillors, we are on motion 7, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to resolve on the following. A, the City of Johannesburg must purchase the church premises and
After
use it
table.
as part of the city facilities for economic development purposes. B, Johannesburg Property Company must embark on evaluation process within the next 30 days after approval and report back to council through the relevant member of the mayoral committee. And C, JPC must conclude the whole buying process in 90 days, subject to a reasonable agreement with the city.
Thank you. Councillor Libatlang.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to raise a point of order in terms of the standing rules of council. Rule 92.1, it states as follows. A motion is admissible if, 1, the matter is not pending before a court of law. Therefore, based on our interpretation, this particular motion, if we go to the legal notes, it clearly states that it is a motion that is inadmissible and should not serve in this particular council. Therefore, Speaker, I would like you to seek legal advice from legal
There
in
is a
terms of
point
how do we
order.
proceed.
There's a point of order. Just hold on, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
For the opportunity. I'm calling a point of order because Councillor Zek sits in the programming committee and he raised these issues. So please, can he not abuse us for
Thank you,
political...
Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. I will respond to Councillor Libatlang. That's not a point of order. Councillor Libatlang, please proceed. Councillor Libatlang, please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. So based on our point of order in terms of Rule 92.1, we seek that we get legal advice from the legal advisory in terms of how do we proceed with a motion on legal notes on record that states that this particular motion is inadmissible and therefore it cannot serve on the agenda of this particular council. Can legal give us a legal advice on the way forward? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Libatlang, legal advisors, they don't make decisions on what comes to council. Programming committee makes the decision. If Action SA needs a legal opinion on matters, you are welcome to go and find it. But these are the rules of council. The motion has passed programming. It will now serve here. Thank you. The proposer of motion 7, Councillor Mbengwa. Councillor Mbengwa.
Okay. Can I be protected, Madam Speaker?
You are protected. Just table your motion, please.
Okay.
He's tabling the
I'm going
motion.
ahead.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Councillor Mbengwa, please table your motion. Councillor Mbengwa.
Okay. Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mbengwa, table your...
I'm drowning, I'm
they,
drowning
they are,
in them.
they are talking to themselves, you are talking to me. I've given you an opportunity to table your motion.
Madam Speaker, due to some issues that we needed to sort it out, we are withdrawing this, we are withdrawing this motion.
Thank you. Motion 7 is therefore withdrawn. We'll now move to the next item.
Councillors, we revert back to recommendations to council, which is item 5. Looking at item 1 is enacting arrangements for senior managers.
Do we have speakers there? Yes, Executive Mayor, yes, must table. Executive Mayor,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
councillors, let's allow the councillors to walk out, those that are walking out, so that we can determine a quorum and proceed. I've noted your hand. Yes, Councillor Rafferty, there's a hand from Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of the new code of conduct for councillors, I needed to be noted what has happened here, because it prohibits what the DA is doing currently. So I wanted to be on record that I in violation of the new code of conduct for councillors.
Executive Mayor, you are about to table the recommendations.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, good evening. Good evening to the Chief Whip of Council. Good evening to the Executive. Good evening to all councillors represented. Madam Speaker, as I rise to table the Executive reports, allow me to remind the House Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I rise to table the executive reports, Madam Speaker, allow me to remind the House of a sister-sister relationship that exists currently between the city of Johannesburg and the city of Ramallah in Palestine. And as the city of Johannesburg, by extension, it clearly outlines the ambiguous position of the city of Johannesburg and South Africa in its entirety. Madam Speaker, we stand in solidarity without fear of contradiction with the people of Palestine. And as I rise to table the executive reports and the recommendations contained herein for Council to consider them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Margaret, you are out of order. The AM is tabling a report. The EM is tabling. Yes, what is it?
That is threatening Councillor Juwaira. There's a councillor that's threatening Councillor Juwaira.
I'll ask protocol to deal with that now. Thank you. Councillors, the EM has tabled the report. Please don't be perturbed. Emotions rise high and low. If you are unable to control your emotions, this is what happens. So let's allow the House to settle. We proceed with Council. Thank you very much. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, fellow councillors, Executive Mayor, Madam Speaker, through you, on behalf of the Executive, we want to request that you allow, of course, because item 4 will be allegations of misconduct that has to be in committee, because we did write to you and you acceded to the item that will be the corrections in terms of the extension of an investigation. We therefore want to request that you allow that item to follow the recruitment items, so that when we break for in committee, we have concluded all the recruitment items and the extension item as well. And Madam Speaker, Council to please note that the in-committee report will come as item 78. It will be written item 78, Madam Speaker, because it was yesterday's item, but because the Speaker did say that due to the flood notice, we must move it to today. So councillors must note that it will be written item 78 because of yesterday's meeting, but it will not be item 78 in line with today's agenda. That is what we wanted to indicate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
MMC, please take us through again slowly. So item 1 is fine. I know the item that you're talking about is in the link, so it will be item 5, the report that we received. But you're talking about item 78. Which one is that?
It will be the in-committee report, but it will be written item 78 because it would have been yesterday's item 78, but it will be tabled today.
Yeah, the item numbers have changed today. This is the item 4, yeah, which is item 4 today. Perfect, okay, I think we're on the same page. So the only addition is item 5, which we'll talk to, but we'll start with item 5 and end with item 4. I'm happy, okay. We can start with item
1. Councillors, on recommendations to council, we're starting off with item 1, which is acting arrangements for senior managers.
Thank you, Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this House has set a precedent at the beginning of this term that we will not accept any documents if the date is wrong, the numbering on the index is wrong. So I urge you to ensure that we keep to that promise and that the executive actually, because everything is online, go and rectify the number on that item to number 4 and not number 70 or whatever they want. Thank you.
I just don't understand what is it about, but anyway, let us proceed with item 1. Councillors, I don't have a speaker's list for item 1. I only have item 2, item 3, which is Councillor Liebenberg. Is that we don't have a speaker's list or you want to submit speakers? Please let me know. Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you don't understand, I think going forward...
Councillor Christians, I'm asking for speakers list. You and I can have this discussion after. Thank you. Councillors, I need the speakers list for item 1, 2, 3, and item 5 that is in the link, including item 4, which is the in-committee item. Of course, we haven't seen it. Are there any speakers for these items? There is. Councillor Marema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. On the item that of acting arrangements for senior managers, the speaker there is Councillor Sihlenguse. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Echensenjuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a bit difficult to give speakers when we haven't seen the item. Can we please have a 20-minute caucus break, Madam Speaker?
Sure. Councillors, 20 minutes caucus break granted. It is now 19:17. We shall be back 22:08. We caucus for all the items. Yeah, if we can caucus for all 4 items, but of course the in-committee will be different. Okay, Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We've only received the first 3. As far as I know, we don't have item number 4 unless it's been uploaded and we're not aware of it.
No, item 4 is in committee, but item 5 is in the link. Yeah, thank you. Councillors, we shall be back 20 to 8. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. DA and ANC Councillor Nguse on item 1. So we are going to proceed on that basis unless there is another speaker from the floor. Okay, let's proceed to item 1.
Councillors, we are resuming on item 1 under the recommendations to council, which is acting arrangements for senior managers.
Councillor Nguse.
Evening, Speaker, and greetings to the colleagues. Speaker, while we have no option not to support this acting extension of the senior managers, it must be noted that we are now in breach of the policy which states that acting should not exceed 3 months. For the continuity, we accept with clear conditions that the recruitment process must be accelerated for permanent appointments. Number 2, this serves as the very last extension. Speaker, it is known, and you must note that it is proven that when people are acting, they do not take full responsibility and accountability against their delegation of authority. The fear of not being appointed always takes over, and the result of that is poor decision-making. However, Speaker, the African National Congress do accept the extension with the reasons given. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, good evening, and my esteemed DA colleagues. This blatant disregard for legislation in the city is starting to get to all-time lows. Every time I think that it can't get any worse, it does. The Coalition of Doom is dead set on protecting cadres and jobs for pals. The report is mind-blowing, and I will be going through this in detail.
Councillor Ran, kindly just hold on. Yes, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. We can't hear. There's too much noise that side. Can you please bring some order to the House so we can hear? Thank you.
Councillors, Councillor Mbengwa, and the councillors there, can I ask you please to keep quiet? Let's allow the speakers to be heard. Thank you. Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This report is mind-blowing, and I will be going through it in detail when I address my concerns and bring what is happening in the city of Joburg to the attention of the MEC of local government. As there are too many irregularities to go through now, I'm going to highlight the principal contraventions. As noted in Government Gazette number 45181, dated 20 September 2021, LG Municipal Systems Act Staff Regulations state, number 28, acting appointments. 2.2, unless indicated otherwise in the appointment to an acting post, a staff member of a municipality who is acting in a position, a post higher in the same municipality must continue to perform the duties of the post that the staff member ordinarily occupies during the acting period, i.e., the acting member must do his own job and act. 28.4. A staff member may only act in a post that is equivalent to or 1 grade higher than the post that the staff member ordinarily occupies. 28.8. A person may only be appointed in an acting position for a period not exceeding 3 months. Additionally, I need to note, a staff member has to be in the actual employ of the City of Joburg in order to act. Their permanent position cannot be as the floating acting ferry, flitting from one acting role to another without a permanent position, just to give unqualified cadres employment. I have no words. Lastly, since when does the tail wag the dog? The highest decision-making body in this city of Joburg is this council. How is it that this council is being asked to ratify decisions that have already taken place without the council making the decisions? Where are the MEC approvals for the 7 acting positions on pages 1.6 to 1.8? I will surely be asking that in my address to him. The Coalition of Doom can stop pretending to be transparent and following good governance. Your veiled attempt to pretend to be as such is so thin, it's threadbare. We as the Democratic Alliance will continue to fight for transparency, the rule of law, and good governance, and will continue fighting against corruption and cadre deployment. We cannot allow any individual or group to drive an agenda of cadre deployment within the city of Joburg. And with that, I urge this council to stand firm and oppose this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liebenberg. Action essay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening to the residents of the City of Johannesburg, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, and my fellow councillors. Today I'm speaking on item 1, the acting arrangements for senior managers, sections 56. Om as 'n vooruitstrevende, suksesvolle stad te funksioneer is dienslewering in die stad van kardinale belang. Sonder noodsaaklike dienste sal ons stad agteruitgaan en vervalle raak. Daar is reeds dele van ons stad wat in die laaste paar jaar tragies agteruit gegaan het en dit moet ons ten alle koste vermy. Vanaf Januarie 2023 is daar net 1 posisie gevul en dit is kommerwekkend om te sien dat daar geen erns is om verdere kritieke posisies te vul nie. 'n Masjien kan net optimaal funksioneer indien al die komponente daar is en dieselfde geld vir die stad van Johannesburg. Volgens wet nommer 3 van 2022, die wysigingswet op plaaslike regering munisipale stelsels, moet die raad spesiale toestemming by die MEC van Kokta aanvra vir verlenging van die kontrakte elke 3 maande. Dit kan vermy word as die raad en stad daadwerklike poging aanwend om hierdie poste permanent te vul, in plaas daarvan om elke 3 maande vir nog 'n 3 maande verlenging aan te vra. Vir enige departement om suksesvol te wees, is die leierskap van iemand wat die kennis dra om dit te laat werk uiters belangrik. Dit lei dan daartoe dat die stad as 'n geheel meer suksesvol sal wees as hierdie departemente almal optimaal funksioneer. Volgens wetgewing kan geen persoon in 'n waarnemende posisie aangestel word as hulle nie reeds 'n permanente posisie in die stad beklee nie. Mevrou Shipping is in 'n waarnemende posisie aangestel sonder dat sy 'n permanente posisie beklee. En volgens die verslag wil die Government of Local Unity haar kontrak verleng. Dit blyk dat hierdie tipe van laaste minuut verslae nou 'n gewoonte raak. Met dit gesê, neem ons as Action SA kennis van die huidige stand van die senior bestuurders, soos weergegee in die verslag, en ons vra dat ons ongelukkigheid genoteer moet word. Dankie.
Thank you. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the objective and the request is for Council to allow us to request to be granted in writing, and we are allowed to do this in terms of the Municipal Systems Act of 2022, Act number 3, and it stipulates that the Executive Council, the member, which is the MEC, if we do apply, we may be permitted to do that. Madam Speaker, I don't know which report the Councillor is reading. The report that I have on page 1.6, Madam Speaker, speaks about 7 acting arrangements, and all 7 people are employees of the City of Johannesburg. So I don't know which one or where, because she didn't mention the name, Speaker, of which employees. She referring to that alleges is not in the employ of the city of Johannesburg. Noba sokuthiwa ke mhlambi sombusa sembesa. Asiqondi uba kufuneka uba abantu bathethe ubuxoki ngathi nge-report esizibhalileyo ngoba zibhalwe zithi ezi report. So umuntu xa ezawuthi kukho umuntu ongasebenziyo kwamasipala makalitsho igama lakhe laloo mntu athi akasebenzi kwamasipala. Okokugqibela, Speaker, bangaba uyafunda phaa upage 1.11, paragraph 6.5 of the COCTA circular. 6.5 speaks clearly about a written confirmation of acting appointments, a non-pensionable acting allowance equal to the difference between the current salary of the manager responsible and accountable to the municipal manager or divisional manager, and the minimum notch of the salary scale of the relevant higher post to which the manager is acting in is payable. That is the COCTA circular. So I don't know what the councillor is talking about. And if she read the report, she would see that we've quoted that on paragraph 6.5 on page 1.11. So we quote COCTA and we refer to the pages of the circular. Asithethi nje into ebhabhe emoyeni ngoba ndiyazi la ithethayo yena uba uyithatha phi. Lastly, Speaker, the recommendations are clear that this is for acting arrangements between the period September 2023 and obviously moving to January. And where the city manager or his delegate, in line with the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000, to apply, it stipulates to apply to the member of the Executive Council, which is the MEC, to note the current acting arrangement. And the paragraph there is clear. And we therefore ask Council to approve the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 1.12. Is the item agreed to? Those that are in agreement, the yeses, kindly raise your hand. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are not in favor, the noes, the councillors that are not in favor of the report. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining, those that are abstaining from the vote. Can you stand up in front of Thank you. 6. Thank you. The results as follows. The yeses, those in favor, 120, 120. Councillors that are not in favor, the noes, 100. Abstaining, 6. The report has passed. Thank you. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 84, can the dissent of the DA be recorded? Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2.
Councillors, item 2 is the recruitment process and appointment of the Executive Director for Health position in accordance with the regulations on the appointment and conditions.
Yes, Councillor. Forget. Yes, Councillor, you can proceed. Forgot this.
Okay, Speaker, please note Action SA's dissent on the previous item. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cavaday. Can we proceed?
Item 2 is the recruitment process and appointment of the Executive Director for Health position in accordance with the regulations on the appointment and conditions of employment for senior managers.
Councillor Liebenberg, Action SA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening again to everyone, all protocols observed. Today I'm speaking on item 2, the recruitment process and appointment of the Executive Director of Health, in accordance with the regulations on the appointment and conditions of employment for senior managers. In previous council meetings, a precedent was set where councillors requested the competency results be shared so that we can see how this decision was made by the panel. In the programming committee held on the 17th of October 2023, our Action SA councillors asked for all these reports to be loaded onto the Google Drive in time for councillors to peruse the documents accurately before coming to council. Unfortunately, these documents were only loaded onto the Google Drive while council was already sitting. We request that the MMC for GCSS, Councillor Masuku, withdraw this report and supply council with the necessary documents and time to peruse the reports. Action SA wants to note the council to note our dissent with this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ran, DA.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and good evening again. I, for one, am starting to get tired of this. Just people doing as they wish while blatantly disregarding legislation as well as precedent. The City is acutely aware, as part of the selection process and appointment recommendations from the panel, a full package required to go to the MEC after the panel has concluded. So why does the City feel it can treat this council like idiots? Giving us reports that do not contain all the information, piecemeal feeding information through, as my previous colleague has said, lastminute.com. It's really, it's almost as if the city is blatantly trying to push us into a corner where we can't make an informed decision on these reports. And because of that, the DA will not be approving this appointment. We as the Democratic Alliance will continue to fight for transparency, fairness and justice. We cannot allow any individual or group to drive an agenda of cadre deployment, and with that I urge this council to stand firm and oppose this report with us. Thank you.
Thank you. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the councillor is misleading council. Action SA wrote a letter. The letter was requesting clarity on items that went to the oversight committees. The letter was responded to the chief whip, to the whip of Action SA. Action SA never made such a request as articulated by Councillor Liedenberg. It is not true, and Councillor Liedenberg was not in programming, so I am not sure why she allowed to be misled by her caucus. Secondly, in the interest of transparency, the panel is listed in the report, and the panel is in line with legislation because the panel is chaired by the city manager and the MMC responsible, which is MMC Makafula, and of course an external expert, and you then have HR support. So that is a transparent process that is legislated and was followed to the T. And I do want to say, Madam Speaker, councillors must not be generic when they speak. If they want to say 1, 2, 3 is not, they must stipulate what it is that is the problem and not be generic. Because if they are generic, then we're also going to be generic in our responses because they are generic and did not mention names. With that being said, we ask Council to approve the appointment of the Executive Director Health. I thought councillors will be happy because it is the same councillors who have been saying we are tired of acting arrangements, capacitate the institution, put full-time senior managers to run the departments in the city of Johannesburg. It's very interesting that it's now these particular caucuses who are wanting to reject reports, meaning they don't want stability in the city of Johannesburg, meaning they are anti-progress, meaning they have misled the residents of Johannesburg to make them believe that they want stability, but they don't want stability. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. It's fine, thank you. Councillor Lubatlang, there's no longer a point of order. She's done. Councillors, those that are in favor of is the report agreed to? Thank you. Those that are in favor of the report, please, the yeses in favor. Thank you. Raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can lower your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Those that are not in favor, the noes, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining from the vote. Four. Thank you. The results are as follows. The yeses, those in favor, 126. The noes, those that are not in favor, 98, and the abstentions, 4. The report has passed. Thank you.
Councillors, we proceed to item 3, which is recruitment and appointment of the Chief Operations Officer in accordance with the regulations on appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers.
Councillor Liebenberg, Action SA.
Sorry, Mayor. Good evening, fellow councillors and the residents of Joburg. All protocols observed. Today I'm speaking on item 3, the recruitment and appointment of the Chief Operations Officer in accordance with the regulations on appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers. As Action SA kan ons nie hierdie verslag ondersteun tot en met die bevindinge van die ondersoek wys dat meneer Mokela nie betrokke was by enige ongeruimdhede nie. Ons sal graag die aanstelling sou wou ondersteun, maar dis jammer dat dinge so gat oor kop gedoen word. So graag soos wat ons die aanstelling in 'n sleutelposisie sou wou ondersteun, kan ons ongelukkig nie. Ons vra dat die MMC die raad asseblief voorsien van die nodige verslae om raadslede te help om die regte besluite te neem. Dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Ran, DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Evening, everybody again. Not only are the reports incomplete again, but now the Coalition of Doom wants us to appoint Mr. Makola. Hopefully that's specific enough.
Is it Councillor Evans Smith or Councillor Nott?
Some point. There we are. Speaker, please could we ask for the noise to quieten down? We can't hear what's being said. Thank you.
Councillors that are talking at the back, can we ask you please to keep quiet for a while? Let's finish this report. We're almost done. We need to hear what the speakers are saying. Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So not only are these reports incomplete again, but now the Coalition of Doom wants us to appoint Mr. Makola. Hopefully that's specific enough. The same individual that was involved in the CCTV scandal and not cleared to be the number 2 person in charge in the city, along with his co-conspirator, our very own city manager, Mr. Floyd Brink. So the two of them can join forces yet again. You can't make this stuff up. No wonder the rest of the world laughs at us. Even Russia, the coalition of doom's friends, don't want to do business with us. It's no wonder. Do you seriously think that this council will allow 2 corrupt cronies to be in the top 2 positions in the city? You are out of your minds. And because of that, we will not be approving this appointment.
Councillor Ran, I must stop you. You cannot be calling officials corrupt without evidence.
They haven't been cleared, Madam Speaker.
Well, they have not been charged either. Can you withdraw that and refer to them with dignity?
I withdraw the word corrupt, alleged corruption. We as the Democratic Alliance will continue to fight for transparency, fairness and justice, and against cadre deployment, and we will fight against cadre deployment and corruption. We cannot allow any individual or group to drive an agenda in the city that suits only their own narrative. The residents deserve better. And with that, I urge this council to stand firm and oppose this report and appointment. Thank you.
MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is the multi-party government that brought about illegal investigations to professionals in the city of Johannesburg. It is the multi-party government that actually accused professionals with an intention to taint their reputation so that they are not employable because they wanted to make sure they employ their people. It is the multi-party government that fabricated allegations. I want to put it on record, Madam Speaker, that it is illegal to sanction investigations which are linked to instructions issued by the erstwhile executive mayor, Mayor Palatz. And then you want to use those investigations to make people unemployable. That's the first problem. The second problem we have is that councillors don't read. The very same attorneys that were supposed to allegedly taint these officials, the same attorneys didn't read the fact that Mr. Makola was actually the acting city manager at the time, so he had the full delegations. He didn't need any permission or ratification because if you're an acting city manager, you actually have delegations. So if they had read and understood the delegations of the city manager, they wouldn't be making such comments, and it actually exposes the limitation of councillors to read. Lastly, Speaker, you cannot come to a council meeting and call people cronies. If you call it a crony, back to the sender. You are the crony yourselves.
There's a hand. Councillor H.S. Njuku.
Madam Speaker, MMC Masuku cannot make allegations she cannot make allegations that councillors don't read, because it means she's not reading either. She's out.
Please proceed, MMC Masuku.
Because the councillor went on to call officials and only withdrew the word corrupt and continued to call professionals who went to school, who have got a profession, cronies.
MMC, there's a hand. Councillors, we've noted your request for water. Thank you. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the MMC is actually misleading this House. She made a statement that the incumbent that they want...
What is the point of order?
I'm coming to it, Speaker. Was delegated. The issue was not about the delegation, it was about the quantum.
What is the point of order?
She is misleading the House, Madam Speaker. I said that at the beginning.
MMC, proceed We can't entertain this anymore.
As I was saying, Speaker, the councillor referred to officials but withdrew only the word corrupt. The councillor referred to officials as cronies. And these are people who went to school. They don't depend on deployment. They are actually professionals who have got a career. They have got a track record. Tsepo Makola has a track record in the city of Johannesburg from having worked at EMS, having worked in this institution. So if they want to use such language, themselves, they are the cronies. Because you can't want to apportion certain language and you don't accept it yourself. So back to the sender, the cronies are the multi-party government that allowed him to act. At the very same time, Speaker, we must never be bullied. We must never be bullied because people believe that their candidates are better than candidates that we would have given an opportunity. We're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow to be bullied because people believe they've got the privilege to choose who must lead the city of Johannesburg. We are the government of the day. We have satisfied ourselves with the candidates. They have been vetted, they have gone through the processes of human resources, and they qualify for the positions, and we request council to appoint Tsepo Makola as the Chief Operations Officer of the City of Johannesburg.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendation on page 3 is the item agreed to. Those that are in agreement with the recommendations, the yeses, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you very much. Councillors that are not in support of the appointment of professionals, please raise your hands. Councillors that are not in support of the report. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you, councillors. Councillors that are abstaining from the vote. Councillors that are abstaining. It's one. Thank you, Councillor Bur. Thank you, councillors. The results as follows. Those that are in support of the appointment of the professionals is 124, 124. The noes, those that are not in support of the report is 102, 102. Abstentions, 1. The report has therefore passed. Thank you. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Can the dissent of the DA please be recorded? Thank you.
Thank you. And move to item 5.
Councillors, item 5 is a report in terms of section 55, subsection 1K of the Systems Act to request council to extend the investigation period of the Special and Independent Investigation Committee following the ultimate passing of a junior advocate and non-availability of certain persons who were also nominated to serve on the committee.
Thank you. I only have one speaker, Councillor Ran. Is there anybody else speaking on this item? Thank you. Councillor Ran.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and evening again. It's amusing that on item 3, I was being attacked for exactly what the current coalition of doom is doing here. However, I shouldn't be surprised that after all, it's rumored that the KGB in the late middle 1970s ruled that always accuse your opponents of doing what you're doing. Both in February and again in June, we opposed this committee then, and we oppose it again now. Let me be very clear. As the DA, we very strongly oppose the extension of the deadline for this committee, that, as we have always believed, it was established with dark intent for the sole purpose of shielding cadres while targeting honest and hardworking officials in our city. The SIIC is the brainchild of the city manager, Mr. Floyd Brink, to build his little personal army to fight his battles and the battles for the people he answers to, which aren't the residents of Johannesburg. If it was, he'd be doing his job instead of spending all his time protecting cadres and attacking good people. I find it amusing that even your own MEC for local government has recused himself, even he doesn't want to touch this with a barge pole. The ultimate untimely passing of both the Integrity Commissioner and the Junior Advocate is very sad. But the bigger issue that the city should be focusing on is the reason why your Senior Advocate is refusing to accept instructions for a replacement. Again, even your own legal teams are throwing up warning signs. But as with most reports in the city of Joburg at the moment, they are all filled with smoke and mirrors, aimed at giving one view while something else entirely different is being covered or being done on the side. So what is the real reason we are extending this? Given that yesterday was the deadline for the actual final report to council, with all the investigations having been complete as per requirement, nothing has been started because you're still trying to put together panels. So the reason given in this report is complete. Something else is going on here. And I'll be doing some digging to find out what is being covered up, as we from the Democratic Alliance are dedicated to the principles of transparency, fairness, and justice, and that includes all residents and officials of the city of Joburg. We must not allow any individual or group to drive nefarious agendas, and with that, I urge this council to stand firm and oppose this extension. Thank you.
MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very unfortunate that a councillor would say that there is no reason and somebody has actually passed on. And I'm not sure what the councillor is actually speaking about unless she didn't read the report. The fact that work couldn't be done because somebody passed away. It's very unfortunate that there is such insensitivity. But secondly, the councillors always speak about us being transparent, and good governance is part and parcel of the reasons why we are doing this process. And it is a transparent process. That is why it comes to council. If it was not a transparent process, it was not going to come to council. You see, unlike the previous government, we don't hide things under the carpet. We don't hide reports from council. We bring things to council in the public so that they are known publicly, unlike the previous administration. That is good governance, that is transparency and justice. We request, Madam Speaker, that Council approves the extension of the investigation by the committee, and so that a report can come to Council when the investigation is done, and those who stand accused must answer for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations on page 5.3 is the report agreed to. Those that are in agreement, in favor of the report, please raise your hand. Councillors, whilst we are voting, please note that we've run out of water here, but they are bringing water from the Metro Center, so just be patient with us. About 10 minutes or so, you'll have your water. If councillors are very thirsty, Councillor Mbengwa brought some bottles of water. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are not in favor, the noes. Councillors not in favor of the report. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining, those that are abstaining from the vote. Thank you. Councillors that are abstaining. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. The results are as follows. Yeses is 121, 121 yeses. No, 101, 101. Abstaining 5. The report has passed. Thank you. Councillors, we're now going to enter into our in-committee. We will hand out the documents and ask, yes, Councillor Christians and then Councillor Cavade.
Thank you, Speaker. In terms of Rule 84, we'd like the DA's dissent recorded, and also note that we don't hide things under the sofa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cavade.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Please note the action, it says dissent on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We are now going to go into our in-committee. The documents will be handed out, and we'll ask all the guests and officials to recuse themselves. I think we've got rooms up there. No? Where will they go? Our guests can go to the auditorium upstairs, even officials. There is an auditorium. You can go there. If you need to know where it is, you can ask any of the protocol members, they'll show you.